Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Niles Main District Library for January 15th, 2025.
Ready? Trustee Kadir gave notice that he will be late. Trustee Derblick gave notice that she will be out sick today. Trustee Schoenfeld?
Here.
Treasurer Patello?
Present.
Secretary Rosansky? Not here at this time. Vice President Trunko?
Here.
And President King.
Here. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I think he had it down because of the video.
So for public comment, I call Elliot Osherman.
Good evening, Board. This is Elliot Osherman. I urge the library community to vote in the upcoming library board elections. Early voting should start approximately March 15th. Election day is April 1, 2025. Important election dates in the past: 2019, 2021, 2023. Important election dates in the future: April 6, 2027. In the election of 2019, there were 3 candidates for 3 positions. The vote tallies were 1851, 1851 again, and 1364. 3 slots for 6-year terms. Not a great turnout. An uncontested election, essentially. What did that portend for results of the 2021 election? A contested election. But again, extremely low turnout. The cronies of the Gang of Four won a majority, as one was already in the middle of the term to which he was elected in 2019. It can be done if the library community does not turn out and force the vote. So what happened in 23? The community turned out in force and declined to re-elect one of those members, unnamed, but I've referred to him in the past as one of the 3 snoozes. 1 snooze down, 2 to go. Snooze number 2, unnamed, she was the one from the 19 election, was an embarrassment to the library during her 19 to 25 term. Apparently, she's not running for re-election on April 1. 2 snoozes down, 1 to go. I'm concerned that as 2025 is not a contested election, turnout might be light once more. And that would in turn encourage the cronies of the Gang of Four to try once more to attempt a hostile turnover, as they feel turnout in 27 might be similar to 19's. Be that as it may, April 1 is only 75 days away, and a large turnout would be a wonderful sign of support for the 2 individuals running, one for election and one for re-election, as well as a support for the efforts of all the individuals who have served the last 2 years. The future depends on your vote. Exercise your privilege, indeed your right, even your obligation. Go forth and vote. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Would anyone else in the room care to make public comment? I did not receive anything in writing.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to approve the consent agenda, which we have to read each line item at least, so that way.
No, my recommended motion is I would like to approve the items under the consent agenda.
I would like to make a motion to approve the items under consent agenda.
Second?
Second. Well,
So we're like the state house.
Yeah, we
You
are.
need more than 1 second.
yes.
Okay, so it was President King, correct? Second?
Mhm.
Thank you. Oh, are you ready for a vote or discussion? Vote?
Oh, is there any discussion? No, I guess we're ready for a vote then.
Perfect. Okay, Trustee Kadir's not here. Trustee Gerber, Trustee Schoenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Treasurer Patello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
Vice President Trunko?
Yes.
And President King?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 yeses, passes.
I understand correctly, Valerie, the consent agenda takes us all the way down to number 5, trustee
Yes.
reports. Does any trustee have a report they would like to make? Okay. Communications and committee reports. Is there anything?
Patty, do you want to talk about the
I
policy
thought we were
committee?
putting it off because we thought this meeting was going to be a long meeting.
So, what I will say is, we discussed many policies in the policy committee. There is one on the agenda, the change to a patron code of conduct, but there are changes that the committee discussed related to personnel policies that we will be talking about at a later meeting, just
Okay.
because of length of time.
If you want to discuss it, go ahead.
That's it, that's all I wanted to
That's
say,
all,
just an
that's cool.
update, yeah.
Okay.
So do we have to vote on that now, or are we waiting?
We don't vote on that, we're gonna discuss the policy when it comes up under new business.
That's what I thought. So
Yeah. I was just giving an update about the committee.
that's cool, because I just assumed we weren't going to deal with it at
Yeah.
all tonight. Thank you.
Okay, then I think we're ready for the audit presentation.
Very good. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent, that's step one. Good evening, I'm Brad Porter. I'm here on behalf of Lauterbach and Amon as the principal overseeing the library's financial statement audit process. It's great to see some of you again. I know we have some new faces. I really appreciate the opportunity to remote in tonight as I've got newborn twins at home, so they're definitely keeping me up and appreciate the ability to do so tonight. So
Congratulations.
Yes, and
Thank
you look
you.
pretty awake.
Thank
That's
you.
impressive.
A lot of caffeine?
Before you get, oh, sorry, what was that?
I said you're drinking a lot of caffeine?
Just slightly. Before I begin, I just wanted to give a special thank you to Valerie and the library team for all of their efforts. We really appreciate it. It's funny, I think looking back 1 year ago today, Valerie was getting sworn in her role, and I was doing the presentation for the audit. So congratulations on surviving your first audit, Valerie. We really appreciate everything that you have contributed to get to this point tonight.
Thank you.
Now, at the conclusion of our audit process, we issued 3 documents, and it sounds like I am pulled up on a big screen, so what I'm going to do is actually share those documents on the screen with you to help provide just a summary of those items that we've issued now that the audit has gone final. Can everybody see my screen? Let's see here. Do you see our Lauterbach and Amon letterhead?
Yes.
Sorry, are we live?
Yep.
Yes.
Everybody's, okay, great. Sounds good. So the first piece of required communication that we issue at the conclusion of our audit process is a 3-page document that we call our SAS 114 letter. In accordance with Statement on Auditing Standard number 114, we are required to state whether or not we had any disagreements or difficulties that we had encountered with management throughout our audit process. And I'm happy to report that I've highlighted here on the screen, we encountered no such difficulties and no such disagreements noted in that letter. You may not have gotten that document. Typically, we only send 1 copy for the library, so no need to refer to that tonight. Now, everybody's favorite, we have our annual financial report. That's going to be the thicker of the 2 bound documents that you have in front of you. I'd like to start with page 1. And there are 68 pages of content here, so I will do my best to keep it very high level tonight, certainly knowing that you're able to get a hold of me after the meeting with any questions, comments, or concerns. So I'll do my best to keep it very narrow scoped. Page 1 is what we have our independent auditors report, where we state what opinion we've given the library on the financial statements. Your job as management is to ensure that you're providing us a clean set of financial statements to work off of. We are then engaged as your audit firm to generate an opinion on those financial statements provided to us. I'm happy to report that for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024, we have issued what's known as an unmodified opinion, which is the cleanest form of opinion that any entity in the government space can receive. Ultimately stating that we as your audit firm believe that there are no material misstatements found within your audit document. Additionally, we do a number of different internal control walkthroughs of your different processes, such as receipting, disbursements, payroll, financial reporting, to ensure that we can rely on your internal control environment. And as you'll see momentarily, we had no such findings on the internal control front in our management letter. So all in all, a very clean audit year for the library.
use it
I wanted to point out pages 5 through 12, where you'll find what we call our management's discussion and analysis. I know sometimes the financial statements can be quite difficult to understand and digest. We have different columns for different funds. So I would certainly encourage you to spend most of your time and energy on this section here. You'll walk away with a really good narrative overview of fiscal year 2024, including some great comparative information with that of previous fiscal years. Now, just a quick financial update with our general fund. If you want to turn to page 20 with me. Again, I've got it on the screen here. On page 20, you'll find what we call our statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. That is a fancy accounting term for our income statement for our general fund. I'd like to further point out that midway through the page, you'll find what we call our excess or deficiency of revenues over or under expenditures. That's a fancy name for our operating income or operating loss for the fiscal year. So the general fund had a operating loss of about $241,000 for fiscal year 2024 in relation to a budgeted operating loss of nearly $1.2 million. So the general fund certainly improved in terms of your expectations for the fiscal year. I definitely wanted to highlight that. Ending the year with about $8.1 million in accumulated fund balance, that last line item here. Now we'll move into the management letter. As I had alluded to, the primary purpose of our management letter is going to be to communicate any best practices that we see across some of our other library clients. We work with a number of them. They can be to convey any upcoming accounting principles that may have an impact on your financial statements, so on and so forth. Items that fall kind of outside the scope of the numbers and or the actual audit format. This letter is then further broken down into two sections. One is our current recommendations, which would be any items that we felt could be applicable to the library for fiscal year 2024. And then we have our prior recommendations, would be anything that we've issued in a previous fiscal year. We had two current recommendations, neither of which are true recommendations. I want to highlight these are issued in every single management letter that we issue. This is for GASB Statement 102 and GASB Statement 103. These paragraphs here will simply provide you with a little bit of transparency of some potential changes coming down the pipeline in the government audit space. So nothing that you as a board need to be overly concerned about. We will work to make sure that staff are trained and educated on these upcoming principles. With regards to prior recommendations, similar situation. We had two prior recommendations, GASB Statement 100 and 101, that we will work with the team to ensure are effectively implemented. So no best practices in terms of internal control findings and or weaknesses, which I know certainly makes boards happy from time to time. So that concludes my audit coverage. I'm happy to field any questions, comments, or concerns.
Could you just for a second go back to page 20 and go over those numbers that you highlighted again, please?
Sure, most certainly.
Thank you.
So I want to kind of keep our focus on the general fund here.
Yeah.
Please know that there's also financial information for your special reserve and your non-major funds, which can be found in the back. Those are going to be some of your special levies, IMRF, Social Security, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Midway through the page, we have basically a line item, which is our operating profit or operating loss. And that would be for items that are operation in nature. We do not consider transfers in and transfers out of funds as an operating item. So ultimately, the general fund had a reduction in fund balance for the year of $2,271,000. But of that figure, $2,030,000 was a transfer out to other funds. So from an operations standpoint, we had a operating loss of $240,700.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to take it a step further, I can even point you in the direction of where your budget information can be found. So beginning on page 45, we have the line item detail on that, which will have your original and final budgets. There were no amendments, so ultimately those are going to be the same. And then the actual column on the far right, which will say we had budgeted $4.7 million of revenue and received 5.4. So that's a favorable budget increase. On the expenditure front, we had budgeted $5.9 million in expenses and came in at 5.66 and expenditures, which is again, a favorable budgetary change. Which the byproduct of the favorable variances on the revenue and expense front make up that $1 million from a favorable standpoint.
Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions?
No, thank you. I did go over this at home, and there were a couple of parts that I needed explanation, and you explained.
Very good, that's always the goal. And certainly if you spend some more time digesting this document and have any further questions, just reach out to Valerie and she can pass along my contact information.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Get some rest.
Good luck with the twins.
Thank you so much.
Try and get some sleep.
Take care, have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Next, we have the presentation on a proposal to remodel the lower level of the library.
So we're gonna keep the lights dimmed here.
Okay.
Okay. Valerie, did you want to introduce?
If you could, I think that
Oh,
would be
okay.
Yeah.
So, I'd like to introduce Dan and Tiffany from Product Design and Architecture. Do you want me to run the slide? Do you want to run the slide? What do you want to do?
I don't care.
Okay, then I'll run the slide.
That sounds great.
And so, trustee will be your
Whatever's
numbers.
easiest.
If you want to go at the front of the.
Okay, yeah,
If you don't mind, we'll go to Niles and bring this up. So they are architects of record. The library board, if would recall, earlier, a few months ago, approved to work with Product Architecture on the lower level remodel. And we started working intensely with the team members, supervisors, administrative staff, and they are here tonight to present to the board what the team has come up with. I think that's a good enough summary for you. All right, I'm going to start the show. Let's see.
you go bottom right.
Yeah, bottom right, there it is. There we go. And, all right. Advancing or?
Nope.
There we go. All right. This, the first page.
Second page, I think.
Oh, maybe it took a while for it to exist. There we go. Right?
Is it saying existing there?
It
Yeah,
is.
It's on the bottom left, it's just hard.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
It's just given us, I think it's using dual screen, so.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, I'll monitor it from here, so we have a. All right.
We'll just start by talking about the things that were brought up in our meeting, what the goals were of the project. After we went over the goals, we came up with several schemes, came back, went back and forth, and ended up with what we'll show you after this. Coming in to the department, one of the things is that this desk is a little bit awkward to get in and out of. Also, just there was something brought up about accessibility and the desk being height adjustable, and that's something throughout for service desks. So
Sorry. The USB key didn't like it. All right, here we go.
Okay. Another goal was to make a larger makerspace. It's popular use right now, and then having something larger and something with a sink in it would be beneficial. Also, a makerspace that connects to the classroom in order to make one big space to be used for instruction. A larger makerspace or a larger classroom was something that was desirable. Just more study rooms in general, especially smaller ones. Was brought up.
up. And then the teen, we were looking at kind of a refresh, some furniture refresh. The service point is difficult for staff to use, so again, a height adjustable station, and then storage within the teen room. Right now, storage is kind of crammed in that office there, so we kind of looked at ways to have storage kind of dispersed in the office and in the teen room. Also, one of the major things about the teens is the sound that travels from the teen up, so we looked at putting a ceiling to provide some acoustical separation. And the lights in there are hard to change the light bulbs, so we looked at new lighting in there. Is there?
I think, yeah, the number of computers that you have downstairs now, they can be reduced. So that's how we kind of found room for the footprint for additional study rooms. And you'll see that in the new plan.
Is there anything?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Did you say the number of computers in the main area or in the team?
The main area.
Okay.
We've already reduced 4 back
Yeah.
here. I think the only thing else is the flooring. The flooring has really been worn out.
Yeah.
And we were gonna address it.
So the renovation was about 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Or close to that. So we typically see carpet in commercial spaces or, public spaces that get lots of foot traffic lasting about 10 years. So we're right at that cusp between furniture getting replaced, finishes, and then obviously flooring. So
And down here has a lot of foot traffic.
Yeah,
especially.
absolutely.
Okay. So the solution that we came up with was to remove the 2 study rooms that were here, and then make that space bigger, and then kind of flip-flop where your current makerspace is in the classroom, so that we could be closer to the exterior for venting, for equipment that's in there, and also to be closer to access to plumbing for a sink in there. In the end, we decided the teen office was generally okay in the space that it's in, but that we could make it smaller and move the storage out. So you're seeing 2 desks there and some storage in the room, and then we were able to add a study room. That study room's new. And then we added these 4 study rooms in the middle, so all the study rooms are together. And here you're seeing the change in number of computer stations. We have height adjustable stations here. And now you'll see in the renderings, but now when you come in, you see a person and you can see a display, so you'll see that later. And then the teen, we just looked at kind of a refresh of some of the furniture, a height adjustable desk in here too, and then storage all behind them, so cabinets for everything that they need.
And then in the images, you'll see our proposition for the sound attenuation between the 2 floors. The one thing that too is when you do see the images, which is the next slide, which is sort of bizarre to talk about, but these are really, what we do is we set up, you can turn it on, but what we really want to do
Wait,
is.
go back.
Yeah.
Please,
Go back to the other
please
one.
go back.
Oh, okay. So what we would like to do is set up expectations of quality and then expectations of spaces. So the goal of these is to make sure that we can design for a budget, that we can accomplish the goals that sort of reach, that you guys want to have for either this year or the next couple of years ahead of ourselves. So go ahead, questions?
The soundproofing is only for the ceiling, because I've heard concerns from the people who use the computers, that they feel sometimes the sound bothers them. Granted, some of them are older and a little more sensitive, but.
Currently, we just have soundproofing for the ceiling between the 2nd floor and the lower floor.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
That could be a future item.
Absolutely.
The new rendering, this new space that you put together, that gives us in essence 3 new studies, because you took 2 away.
Correct.
So we're adding 3.
Plus 3, yeah.
Is that enough considering what we're being, I mean, one of the biggest, highest demands that we have is these studies rooms. So to only
So
add 3,
Took 2
Yeah,
and we
you see
added
that
3.
now.
Yeah.
no,
Yep.
because they took the 2 away.
Right, but there's 4 in the middle and then 1 new one by the teen office, isn't that
Yeah,
correct?
but take
It's
2
a
of the ones
plus
that are
three.
4 and move it up, because they took, the new maker spaces, there used to be studies there.
So we talked a lot about the size of the classroom, and we actually, another reason flipping the maker and classroom was the new classroom is slightly smaller than the maker. And we were able to reduce the size to be more specific towards the size classes that you guys fill now. And then you'll see in the rendering, we actually looked at a movable wall between, so you could actually have 1 big meeting room to sort of have 2 of those in the library now, or have 2 individual spaces. So I think getting the versatility of that 1 full space, the staff and Valerie really felt like was enough of a bonus that having the 6 study rooms total
No.
Seven
Eight.
study rooms,
Eight.
8, jeez. I'm like this on the spot.
What can I say?
I actually love this screen.
4 plus 4.
So yeah, 8 study rooms total was enough of a bonus where the versatility of the 2 other rooms outweighed it.
So, and that to better answer an idea for strategic planning moving forward, this almost doubles our study rooms downstairs, and we can see how traffic does with this remodel if we move forward with it before we potentially decide to consider adding study rooms on other floors, because the footprint downstairs doesn't really allow for more study rooms than this if we do want a bigger program space, which is something we also wanted to consider, which is why we want the classroom and the makerspace to connect, because there's a lot of demand for our large CMR on the first floor for bigger programs. So we wanted to try and improve both things at the same time with this remodel.
So the wall that would be between the classroom and the makerspace would be a movable wall?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then what about the equipment in the makerspace that we don't really want? Like if we were to have a different type of event in that room, do you really want, like expensive equipment? How would we handle that?
We have storage being built into this model of the makerspace where we could store anything that could potentially be damaged or taken.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
And then, what else did I want to ask? The top left corner, is that the green screen room? The
Yeah.
recording room? Okay, so that's staying just the way it is?
Yes.
Is it possible they can actually add a study room into the teen underground? To make it, in case students are actually in the underground, they can actually go into that little location there and study privately?
Probably put in some sort of like nooks here.
Potentially. That's a good idea that I can bring up to
We
the
actually-
staff for that area.
Yeah, and one of the options that we looked at was actually moving the teen office into the teen underground, as, we probably looked at a dozen options.
Yeah.
And reducing the footprint of the teen underground felt, especially the staff was like, we use every inch of it after school, and they felt like any reduction in that footprint. So if we could look at more, slightly more private, maybe edited study spaces down there that are furniture solutions too. And I think those are actually good ideas for versatility. If it works, it's great. If not, we can move to other places.
What about a different configuration for where the teen collection is? Is there any way to do a different configuration besides just straight rows like that down there?
You could, like at an angle or something like that.
But I'm gonna put it on the desktop.
My thought is that if you could configure that a little bit differently, then you may be able to get another study right there just based off of the space that you may have.
I think that would
I think
require
it-
us to reduce the collection potentially, and I don't know that we want to do that.
Well, but we don't, this is part of why I would have loved to see this before we came here tonight, was it's gotta be 100 other options out there of different shelvings and different things we could put down.
We looked at many options. I think we had, 6 different ones, Rich, that we looked
think it
at
was-
originally?
Even greater than that.
And this was a discussion between me and Rich, and then our head of youth services, Ariane, and our head of digital services, Sarah, and talking to their staff as well, and Victoria was there. And so we put a lot of deliberate thought into different options, and this is what our team who's directly working with the public thinks is our best fit at this time.
So you guys are comfortable with the 8 study rooms?
We are comfortable with this at this time, and Sarah, since you're here, do you want to chime in since you're the most experienced with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So our study rooms have been increasing in popularity. I did do just a quick look at statistics. So it's difficult because it was post-pandemic, but in 2022, we had 5,352 study room uses, and that's just our study rooms 1 through 5 downstairs. But in 2024, we had 7,485 study room uses. So it's definitely increased. However, I do think adding 3 more, it is almost doubling it, and that will really help relieve. A lot of the people really are only one person. So they like the outside rooms because it has a window, but they don't need that bigger space. So adding those smaller ones, I think, will be extremely helpful as well.
And I do, unless you think this is a security concern, I do think you could fit one person, something down here, for those views, unless you feel like you can't see back there and that's a problem.
It would depend on how we
Sarah?
design them, because we could put those windows in that we had talked about.
Yeah.
And I do know that the team staff has requested that one study room be reserved for team use, and that would be a good idea to put in that space potentially.
Yeah, I wouldn't wanna
And
see
then
other
I do
people
wanna
in that
mention
area though, I
something
think that
about the
wouldn't
collection,
have to
just
be.
to your point. There's so many columns in here, that this is kind of the most efficient layout with the most books that you're gonna get. There's not a more efficient layout that you can do. You can certainly change things up a bit, but I don't, unless you took some of these down here, it's still gonna be hard to get your clearances to get one more study room. So that's why I'm mentioning maybe we call them phone booths, like one person.
My concern is with teen collection, with everything going ebooks and everything, will you need that much space pertaining to all that?
At the moment, the team staff feels like that's an appropriate amount of space for them, for their collection. And when you go downstairs, it's not, it looks big on this screen, it's not
It's
that
not
big
that big.
compared to the rest of the collection of the library.
It really is a big.
Can I add?
Mhm.
So currently, the board has budgeted in this fiscal year to add additional shelving along this exterior wall, which we are planning to continue to do, because the collection is like bursting at the seams. So even with going through items, that perhaps are not circulating, they do need that additional space. So I think overall, based on the fact that we cannot move exterior walls in this area, and there's several inadequacies with the makerspace primarily, with the decrease in regular computers. I think we, with the architects, over the course of 2 months, have gone through all the permeations that make the most sense to achieve the goals. That being primarily to create a better, larger makerspace, address the areas that the makerspace offsets, namely the 2 study rooms that needed to get recreated. The fact that, over the years, the amount of public patron computers has gone down in terms of their usage. We're not planning to replace them this fiscal year in the refresh, so that area opens up. So that's why there's the 2 recreated study rooms and the 2 additional ones. And then when we did start talking about this, the teams who also share the space down in the lower level, the supervisor from Youth Services came to us and indicated, and she was part of the team involving this, that there are these inadequacies with the carpeting, the lighting, the sound, additionally the storage, which is huge for them. So that's why there's storage in the teen office, the storage in there. They are going to sacrifice a little because their office is going to get smaller, but they are going to have a much nicer furniture. So their office cubicles will be not repurposed service desks, because there's a repurposed service desk that one of the teen librarians shares. So the youth, a portion of the youth service desk from years ago was moved into that office, and that became that person's office furniture. So, certainly I can tell you over the years, yes, if we put 100 study rooms in this place, we would fill, especially during times when the students are studying for classes, for finals and stuff like that. But we don't have the room. In this area, this is the maximum, most efficient use of all the different aspects of what we're trying to accomplish down here at this time.
Sarah, I just have a quick question. You said we had over 7,000 uses of the study room.
Yes.
How often did we have people waiting for study rooms, or were they not able to get into a study room due to the fact that they were all filled?
It really varies depending on times of year. When it's exams, then often, like multiple times a day during finals or midterms. But there are other times of day when we have study rooms completely empty. So it really just depends.
How about after school hours, like during the
Sure.
school years, what I'm really getting at, like,
Absolutely.
in the summer, summer, I get, we're not gonna have the study rooms, you know, during 9 to 3, you're not gonna have the study rooms as busy.
Yeah.
But what about that 3:30, 4 o'clock till we close
Sure.
and, you
And
know,
that is-
weekends with projects and things?
That is generally when they are busiest.
They should be, yeah.
Yeah, maybe a few a night, but again, it, on a busy finals week, it could be like 10 where you have to turn them away. There's just, people come in and they're booked for the rest of the night and I really just don't have anything.
This could be like a good indication for us, like when we go in to do the strategic planning then, to gauge how many, do we still have the need for more, you know? Because if we can't, I mean, if there's no room, there's no room, but we could do it upstairs later if we still have that need or demand, I guess.
Sorry. My question is with regards to the placement of the study rooms. Were you, would you having to have the obstacles of load-bearing walls on the interior space or not?
There aren't any, it's only the columns and the beams.
Okay, so then the partitions are gonna be basically, I don't know those, I don't know what they're called. Oh, drywall?
No, it's not necessarily drywall, but yes, they're non-load-bearing walls. The whole building is post beam, and so I'm gonna say 90% of your walls inside the building are non-load-bearing. Almost, I would say all of them, but I'm sure you could find one that wasn't true.
Okay, so that
I'll
includes
point 'em out.
Yeah.
So
I think I know where one of them is, actually.
So Teen Underground, all those,
Yes.
the interior corners, they're non-bearing, huh?
No.
Okay.
So anything outside of, I would say, this heavy line around
Right,
that side of the room is all non-load-bearing.
Okay,
And I will say, the way our office tends to work is we start with schemes that require almost no construction, and we try to solve everything with what you guys have existing. And then we'll also do a scheme that kind of blows everything up, and we try everything in new places. And it really is to illustrate what value you get from making large-scale changes or small-scale changes, and sort of where spending the dollars makes the most sense. We looked at the makerspace twisted so that it actually reached the outside wall. And we looked at the teen office inside of the teen underground. What ended up happening is we found that the makerspace fit really beautifully in spaces where we already had walls in. So there was a real balance between spending dollars to fix problems that we already have. We know sound, non-adequate spaces, technology, reuse of existing HVAC to make sure that we're kind of using what you have, because it's hard to get stuff down there. And then introducing the new programs. So it wasn't just sort of drawing the plan. There was 4, 5, 6 different levels of information that we had to kind of get through, flush out. First of all, making sure that it worked for Valerie and her staff, and then second of all, making sure that we weren't spending dollars just to kind of change things for the sake of change. So there was a back and forth, I'd say, on 2 or 3 iterations where we kind of said that wall can stay, we can make adjustments just to make sure we're using as much of the existing library as we can.
And I guess one of the other concerns is, with the noise that does come from Teen Underground and everything else, is this the best location to have all these studies in the whole library? Or is there somewhere else that we can put them and move something else down to where these studies are?
Or are they somewhat soundproof themselves because they're closed?
Well, they said nothing's gonna be soundproof on the walls, it's only the ceiling that
Well,
they have
but-
soundproof.
For the teen underground itself, but
is-
these are closed rooms.
There is soundproofing built into the budget that you'll see as they go through when we're installing the new study rooms and things, so that is being taken into consideration. The reason why we can't put soundproofing in the teen underground itself is because there's that glass partition
Yes.
there, so to allow access of natural light, and the only way to soundproof is to get rid of that glass.
There was someone, the solid walls in the study rooms will have sound attenuation and will the ceilings. There is glass in the study rooms, which is, without being pedantic, but it's hard to make glass, to see into a room, you lose some of its sound quality. So we are working in that balance to make sure that we're creating as much soundproofing as we can in the walls. Yes, we weren't addressing the walls in teen, but we were addressing the ceiling. But the walls in the study rooms will have additional soundproofing between them.
Yeah, but in the ceiling, just having the soundproofing in the ceiling should make a somewhat of a difference for the whole general
It
sound
shouldn't be,
level.
it's not as hard of a surface, that's correct. Right now, it's a hardwood ceiling.
Yeah, So it should
But teens are
absorb
loud.
some of the noise.
Sue, I know you
I,
had questions, Sue had questions.
I do, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Richard. This is a question for you specifically. Have there, as Jason mentioned, has there been consideration to taking the study rooms and move them here to the third floor, considered third floor? In terms of just having more of a quiet space up here versus, and then vice versa? No thought on that at this point?
This is only, the project scope has been limited to the lower level period.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's also, the ability of what if we put it on the second floor where the movies are right now and things like that.
Yeah, I
Is
mean,
that
that's a much larger thing. I don't want to cut you off, but, so just to give it an idea of the background to all the board, we started several years ago with this in a budget meeting. That was then deferred for a year. Then last year, about this time, we started putting it in the budget again, and then it was approved. And it was confined just to the lower level, and more specifically, maybe the makerspace area and the study rooms that would be affected. But once we started looking at it and got the team together, it was more appropriate that we work through these iterations and try to address more than just the one or two goals that we had started budgeting about 3 years ago. So that's where we are now.
But when you say that we approved this, we didn't approve a $1.6 million budget on this.
No.
We approved a makerspace area, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
To be improved, not to redo a whole basement though.
Correct.
We never approved that as a board.
The only thing that's been approved, as far as I know, is us working with Product Architect. This is why we're presenting this option
And,
to you all.
and the makerspace was in the budget, I believe, to make a bigger makerspace, if I'm correct.
The lower level remodel was, and it was budgeted lesser than what we're presenting here, because as we started talking about it, this is the best way that we can make the lower level efficient and address concerns from all different types of patrons. And so we did expand the idea of the project from just moving the makerspace, because as we started to talk, we said, okay, if we move the makerspace, can we make this bigger? Can we add more study rooms, as we're hearing feedback from patrons?
What was the original budget for the basement?
We budgeted $150,000 for this fiscal year, just to engage with product and start getting prices. And you'll see later in the budget as presented that there are 4 different tiers of construction that we could potentially do if we go along with this model that would fit within our appropriations related to doing, again, one area of this remodel.
Appropriations, yes, but appropriations blow us right past our budget of what we have, and we're assuming that next year what the budget's gonna be. We have no idea what the budget's gonna be with the new board being seated and everything else next year. So, I mean, we could look at this, and I'm fine looking at this, but I feel like we're in the process of doing a strategic plan, which strategic plan come back and tell us that everything that we did down there, we need to change again. So that's $1.6 million that may not be appropriately spent. We have no idea what we're gonna be budgeting for this next year, and we don't have the budget for it this year.
There is no way to plan for any type of renovation without thinking in multi-year ideas. There is absolutely no way to do that, and I understand each year we won't know what our budget is, but if we're considering renovations whatsoever, there is no way to just think within one fiscal year to the next.
Well, and what's the grand scheme of when we wanna do a full building renovation, because aren't we due for that as well?
We have to do that in stages, even if we start doing this. So the idea of this concept is all related to patron feedback we've already been getting. People want more study rooms. Our classes in the makerspace are always full. They're always full, and the people are not able to get into them because of the size of the room. We have to turn people away who want to do that. The teen underground is getting more and more use. So we are addressing all of those things at the same time, as well as by connecting the makerspace and the classroom, we're able to have a larger footprint so that we don't have as much competition for the community engagement room that's on the first floor for when we want to do craft programs that are also popular and other programs that can be done in this larger space. So if we wait for the strategic plan, which takes 8 months to a year, before we do anything, we're not addressing any of the concerns that have already come forward to us from our patrons.
We're also not sticking to the plan of what we had, we're changing the plan midway through a budget year. We're literally adjusting the whole plan from recreating makerspace to recreating the whole lower level.
Which would mostly fall into the budget for the next fiscal year.
We have no idea about that, you can't make that assumption, because we don't know what the new board's gonna approve.
That's what
or
we're
not approve.
asking the board for. That's why we're bringing this to the board.
They're not planning on starting construction tomorrow.
No.
We
We would have to go to
If we agreed
bid.
to do a phase of it,
Mhm,
the construction probably wouldn't start until after the new budget
mhm.
process. So we can then figure out if we can make it fit into the budget even more so. If we need to add or subtract from other areas to get what we plan, we can do it.
And if we go out to bid and do all of this, and we don't have it in the budget to do, Patty, then what do we do?
So could we talk maybe about the timeline of how this would work? Maybe
Sure.
that would illuminate some of these.
Yeah, I would say, depending on the size of the project that you guys do, if it's a portion of it, but typically it would be between 3 and 6 months of drawing. If it's a smaller portion, 3 months, if it's a larger portion, 6 to 7 months. 2 months of bidding minimum, and there's typically a month before you start construction for submittals, contracts, month to 2 months. So I would say you're 8 to 10 months away from construction, regardless. And
Yeah,
from when you approve us to go. So again, my initial statement saying that when you see the images, they look complete, they're not. It's really us just working with these guys, with the staff and Valerie, sorry, these guys, it's weird, to make sure what we're looking at represents how they want the space to feel. There's a tremendous amount of design work to be done, there's a tremendous amount of engineering to be done, permitting, code review, there's 3 to 6 months worth of drawing and work to do before we even get the project out to bid.
Yeah, listen, I don't want it to come across that I'm against doing this, but
Yeah.
we have fiscal responsibility that we have to be smart with as well. And
Absolutely right.
I don't remember ever approving something this massive, that's why I'm sort of thrown back. I remember Makerspace, but now it's like 1.6 million. It's a big number compared to what we were talking, so.
We can do it in phases. And if we don't do anything, we're not giving the patrons what they're requesting and what they're suggesting.
Patty, I'm fully for doing it. We just have to make sure that we're not just blowing through money to do it, because there's also talks of a bookmobile, there's also talks about maybe a satellite location, there's also talks about other things that need to be done, and there's only so much money that comes into the
And
library
we've
every
been
year.
talking about those two items since I've been on the board.
Okay.
And I've been on the board for a lot of years. That doesn't mean those are going through. This is, right now, is our priority. This is people who put their butts in the building want.
But Patty, to interject, we don't have the volume of people to actually do a project of that nature.
I disagree with that. We just heard that the study rooms they're waiting for study rooms.
If you look at the classes, they are not projecting the numbers that actually project a project of that cost.
I think they
Do
were
you
just
go to
stated
any
the opposite.
classes? Because I do, and there are a lot of people who are
The number-
turned down, like Valerie said, because they don't have the space for the people.
There's the numbers, Patty. 2 to 3 patrons in an actual location for an event is nothing.
What are you getting your numbers from?
Here.
I know where I'm getting I'm actually being in the building and seeing the amount of people that are on wait lists.
But the programs that
They're
we're
all standards.
specifically talking about are IT, our technology, and our crafting programs. Those are the
The
programs
digital
that go
services
downstairs, yeah.
programs.
Yes.
And Valerie, you're stating that those often have wait lists.
The ones that tend to have wait lists are
The
the
kids'
maker,
space?
the craft and maker programs are the ones that tend to have the longest waiting lists. Our technology programs are hit and miss, depends on the topic. Our computer security ones are generally very full lately. A lot lot of our AI ones are very popular. The other ones like Intro to Microsoft Word or Excel, you're not gonna get a waiver for that.
So this is not kids, this is for adults mostly. Granted, we have a teen space, we have study rooms, but the programs are mostly adults.
Mhm.
In fact, I don't think they do kids ones down there unless they have a special weekend event where they're using most of the library.
And the makerspace wouldn't be in the programming statistics generally because those are appointments.
Yes.
They're in a different area of the statistics that wouldn't be in programming.
Well, would teen center be, if we move it up to the first floor?
That would again be a huge renovation and not something we're asking for at this time. So again, we originally started by wanting to expand the makerspace. In order to do that, we then had to touch the classroom. In order to do that, we then had to touch the other study rooms. That's how this plan came to fruition. We didn't want to do something like, to your point, Jason, that we would have to redo again in a year or two. We don't want to present something to the board that is a temporary stopgap that doesn't address the needs that are being expressed to us by the community.
So how long do you say this plan stays in place without having to put another penny into building out the basement again?
That's a question for Rich. We talked about that.
Yeah, I think this is good 5 to 7 years. At the same time, knowing that we are going to have a strategic plan in place in the next year, which will probably steer the board towards determination of when, if, and when the library does another remodel or expansion, based on the feedback from that strategic plan, right? Although I would imagine that we would not be touching the lower level at this time. What I can see is that we would gain perhaps spaces in other areas that would be multi-purpose spaces. That's what we see the trend in libraries, and certainly I can speak to that, but we have experts here. The firm that we have as our architect that did this remodel 10 years ago, has since done dozens of libraries in this area. And that's what they do. And they can speak towards where those trends are more accurately because they're doing it on a day-to-day basis for their clients. But multi-purpose areas are where more likely some sort of newer construction, whether it be remodel spaces in different floors, would probably where we would be looking at. I know there's a need on the staff side. It might not be seen on the patron side, but on the staff side for storage. A lot of times buildings will, especially public buildings, will focus on what can we provide for the public, because that's what we're here for. But at the same time, as you know, I move out 2 dollies of chairs from this room when we have this meeting, because there is no space to store. And so these kind of little things make a difference day in, day out. And so I would imagine that some kind of storage for different departments, we're addressing that already here in the teen office because their storage is very haphazard. Their furniture is haphazard. It's not purpose-built. It's not even built for being an office space. And so having that and here, where I point out the storage areas, is addressing that, at least on this floor.
Could I
Yes.
chime in that
Yeah,
the makerspace also was an afterthought. It did not open until September of 2019. Well after the renovation, it was originally a meeting room space. So the couch tree and things in there are not necessarily what we would really want in a library makerspace.
So two things, Rich. You just brought up like the chairs, you have to roll them in and out. And Becky brought up a great point about we're gonna have makerspace with a foldable wall that we're gonna have to take things in and out there. Does that make it any easier for staff having that collapsible wall to go in and out? Like it's
Yeah, I
the
think
same,
so.
but it's the same thing. You have to move things around to do something else in a room. So it's and now you have to move them somewhere to store them while an event's going on or to prepare for an event.
So none of the furniture that's in these 2 spaces, pointing out the classroom and the makerspace, that is tables or chairs, that's all mobile. It's mobile now, and we adjusted this table, for example, we collapse, and if we're having a lecture in here, And it is true that in this particular place, we don't have a closet, because what we feel is that the openness of the space will allow us to push these into this area for those types of meetings or craft programs that we might need that. But sacrificing the space for storage room in that area is too great of a cost in this particular case. We'd rather, have that extra study room over here, because one of the things we were looking at, let's have this study room teen office be a storage for the makerspace, and we found that, having cabinetries along this wall, having this row of cabinet, again, I would urge us to move on to the rest of the presentation, because it gives this beautiful 3D perspective that people, this is how you look. You don't look at plans on the floor, floor plans like this. You look at 3D spaces, and that kind of gives you an idea of what's going on. But the idea of this is, we started with, let's fix one or two goals that we had, makeshift. And we stepped back and said, look, if we're gonna be doing this, we should touch the space and not have to come back to it when other spaces are being worked on. Because again, anytime we do any renovation, we try to stay open. We don't try to close. Even when the building was being redesigned, expanded, we moved out to another location in Niles for a great amount, for a year plus, just so we could stay open to the public. And we picked everything up that we could, and we moved it over in moving vans and trucks, and then when the substantial area was completed, we moved back as soon as we could, and the construction continued. And so the same thing with this, whether it's this project happening with the different phasing, once this is complete, this will be something that the patrons will be able to continue to use if the board, through external input such as the strategic plan and other considerations, at some point in the future decides that maybe other spaces need to be renovated as well. It doesn't preclude that maybe on the third floor, maybe on the first floor, there might be additional study rooms at some point. Things change, they're dynamic. But to your concern, look, my main concern was to make sure that we're addressing the goals, even ones that are being added, but also addressing them, just like the architects pointed out, not in a haphazard way where we're throwing money, throwing resources that, whether we, got them through investment or we got them through property taxes and they went into reserve funds, but we're using them in the most appropriate way. And we're trying to present that, so.
I have one final question, and then I'm done, Rich. And I'm asking this specifically to you, because you know this building better than anybody else in this room combined, actually. The computers.
Yes.
Is there some place in your head that we could move all of the computers out from there, make 4 more study rooms there, and then relocate the computers where we're not gonna have the complaints, we just heard this, complaints from patrons that the Teen Underground's loud, they use the computers. So, and we'll potentially need more study rooms, and Sarah said that there's wait lists and times we have to turn people away. Is there some place in your head, your mind, that we could do that with?
So the computers, I answer it this way. There's always places that we can adjust, right? The computers were on the 2nd floor.
I remember, that's where I
The
lived.
computers were up here on the 3rd floor. The computers were on the 2nd, downstairs, They moved all around.
They were on the first floor too, right?
They were on the
Yep.
1st floor
Yep.
too. Express Internet computers were in the middle of the commons in a hexagonal piece of furniture. I believe we have a picture of one of our patrons that was making public comments at one of those internet stations over 10 years ago, which I found recently. So yes, they can be moved, but you have to consider a lot of things. Okay, so there's some noise. Some people may or may not, we don't get I don't hear a continuous complaint. There is not a stream of complaints. In the beginning, there was issues with sightlines. We addressed that by putting a mosaic film on part of the windows, so light still let through between the outside windows that the teen space has and into the space that is the computer area. But other things you have to consider is service points, right? So the service point down here, there's 2 service points. Well, there's 2 departments that have service points. The youth services department has a service point in the teen underground, where their teen librarians and other staff as needed rotate. There's a service point at the tech desk, where the digital services staff put individuals there. But additionally, there's a second digital services service point in the makerspace. And so you have digital services having 2 desks, service points in this space, and they're easily able to help each other out as the conditions dictate, right? So you have someone making the copies, someone has an internet issue, someone is making a one-on-one appointment, and the phone's ringing. And so they're able to balance all this because they're all in that area. What happens is when you start moving some of these services that a department is in charge of, that they're supporting, to other places, it becomes harder. So for example, youth services is already split between 2 different levels. And so that service point for the teens is down here, but the youth department is completely on the other side of the library, and it's literally like a horseshoe. There's no direct path to get there. So they can't really get support from people quickly, and that's what you would create if you move the computers up to, say, up here, just outside of the boardroom. Not to mention that you would displace quiet study, what we have come to know as the Venn Gallery, where we display public art and a wonderful presentation now from the Holocaust Museum. So there's pluses and minuses to everything. And if you notice, we had a lot more computers, and those computers are coming down. That doesn't mean that they're not going to be reused in the study rooms, because the study rooms, having the study rooms down there with the tech desk, they have laptops that they can provide for people. And they will check them out and use them in those rooms. They're just not permanent fixtures, like they are now next to each other, not in a small room. So I would say with the amount of computers decreasing, and that's been the trend, I would just keep them where they are. I don't think this precludes us being able to, add study rooms in there, but I think that this amount of study rooms for us is good for this level, for the needs of those study rooms, right? There are needs probably for other study rooms up here, maybe in youth services, if space is allotted to that. But again, we're concentrating on this because that's what, we had told the board knew that this is what we were going towards. Yes, the price tag is much, has increased, but because the goals have been added. Additional goals have been added to not have just 1 or 2 goals that we're reaching in a temporary fashion, where you would still have to come down and look at this. So, could I ask if we could just move on just so.
Can I just ask one more question?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I don't understand why the teen office is all the way in the back, and then you have the teen underground in that one section there.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. We had a number of plans. Yes, please. Continue. Sorry,
It's okay.
try to answer the one question, but you have others.
Is it possible that the teen office could move closer to the teen underground, then you can add another study area there?
Sure.
Can I answer
Yeah,
that one?
please. It's a team effort. So.
We worked with Ariane and with her staff, and also knowing the teen population, because I have worked on a library floor for a long time. We considered iterations where the teen office was in the teen underground, but there would be, right exactly there. The interruptions to the staff when they're trying to do work that's away from the floor that we anticipate would be so disruptive to any work that the teen staff could get done when they're not in that space, that we decided that it's the best idea to keep the teen office where it is.
So then how do you regulate the kids from being rambunctious, or how do you address their questions or concerns, or
Sure,
if someone's not there, I'm saying at their desk?
Whenever the tech desk is always staffed when we're open, and so if they see something, because they do have direct sight lines into Teen Underground, they let the teen staff know, or if the teen staff is not available, they let Ariane know. and youth services to come address it, or they'll address it themselves, depends on the situation. So we do still have staff that has sightlines. We are also considering installing what is essentially a doorbell that will ring in the teen office whenever someone goes into the teen space, which is something we can do now, and we've been talking about doing now. So, but we have not had those types of issues in the past, and the teen office is currently where it is.
Normally, they don't keep the door unlocked when it's not manned, do they?
We do keep the space open whenever we
Okay,
have staff,
okay.
yeah.
My
In the area.
misunderstanding.
The space is always open, the teen underground is always open, there are teen collections in there,
Mhm.
and that's
Yeah, but
available for
most of
anyone to
them are
browse.
where it says teen collections.
But there are popular items on this wall here.
Okay.
Right, the
Um,
video games, the movies, the
Mhm.
music CDs, the magazines are all inside the space.
And so that goal of keeping that sight line, so that we do have that staff backup, was maintained. And like Dan said, as well as Tiffany, there's a lot of layers to this, and they all have to kind of, fit on top of each other and work. So, if we could move on, is that okay? Just so we can go through the presentation.
Yes.
Because I know there's a lot of questions, and we can go back and look at the plan as well, as needed, so I did hit forward, so. Okay, I'm gonna do it twice, hopefully it doesn't go twice.
So really, these images this image specifically is really just showing you an overhead view. It's just sometimes easier to look at the space three-dimensionally than it is to look at it flat in a plan. These are your existing 3 study rooms. This is the 1 study room we're adding. This is that teen office space. These are the 4 study rooms in the middle. As you can see, we put glass on each side, glass facing that existing classroom that would now be the maker. In the maker, we have all the cabinets along that would be the east and north wall. And then this is that movable partition that's between the 2 spaces, and then that's the new room that's being reappropriated as the classroom. And then on Tiffany's side, we have the teen office, storage along the back, and then just refresh the furniture and finishes also. And I think those will be more apparent in the renderings. It's so awesome. It's like being inside. It's so big. It's so great. Rich, you're always complaining about how big the screen is, but it's the greatest. It's the greatest screen that we've ever presented because you actually feel like you're in the space. So as you walk into the space, it feels like this. These are the 2 height adjustable desks. It's a little squished right now, but you can still see the right idea. Behind it is a credenza, and then one of the biggest things was coming down to the. We want to remove the 2 doors. We're meeting with the fire department to see if they have any issue, which they shouldn't. And then second is when you come in, you see signage that tells you what's beyond that you can't see. And then also having things on display. So as you walk down the stair, to the left is the green screen room. And then we have signage and materials on display. And then we have big signage here for technology and then small signage here kind of directing you where to go throughout the space.
It looks cleaner on the screen
Yeah, I know,
here.
it's very.
Yeah,
pixelated.
it's very
a little
pixelated.
pixelated.
Yeah, it's a little,
It's
I don't know
okay.
why it is.
Which 2 doors are you referring to?
Sort of the big, you know, if you get up the elevator, there's doors that are held open as you walk in the space. They're sort of big metal doors. They're just big metal doors.
When you walk
Okay.
down the
As you
stairs
walk
and you're walking toward us, there are doors that separate.
It's a
that
fire
hallway
separation, yeah.
from
But they're
our
always
space.
open.
They're always
So
open.
you're gonna
Yeah.
remove those?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
It's not a big deal, but it's just something that I'm hitting all the points that we've been talking about the last couple of months. And
Yeah,
then-
I've already met with the fire inspectors, the deputy fire chief, and it's just a process by which it takes a while.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, those
their
were
report,
fire
their
doors, weren't
letter.
They were.
Originally, they were designed as fire doors in the 1998 construction.
Yeah.
But they were not installed as fire doors, so.
Well, as long as the fire department says it's okay.
Yep. As you know, they've had some changes recently, so it's just taking a little longer.
We did, you'll see some iterations. We did look at putting a window above the signage, just seeing what's beyond. Just an idea about, we think the best sort of advertisement for programs and makerspaces is to be able to see what's happening inside them. So as much glass for sort of visibility we can see inside. That one's a high window, but the next slide that you see, so this is sort of walking into the computer area. The teen spaces behind still has that film on the glass to make sure there's some privacy. New lighting, or reconfiguring the existing lighting, and then that's the hallway that goes down between the maker and the study rooms. It's good, they're like 5 slides ahead.
There we go.
Yeah, one, two.
Yeah, I went too, so, hold on. All right, I backed it up, there we go.
And then this is a view looking at the clunk of sort of study rooms in the middle. So again, we have glass on each side to let sort of, obviously you can see what's happening inside the rooms, and also letting some sun into the rooms from each side. This is the maker. Again, really want to stress that this is really just kind of based off other makers that we've done. We showed the staff images, Valerie and staff. So it's potential. It's kind of what can happen. On the left, you're seeing that glass wall that's retractable. And then on the right and along the back wall is full storage. Again, as much storage as we can get in the spaces. Really full depth countertops so that we can get as much equipment on those countertops across. And then as Valerie was saying, if we need to put some of the more expensive stuff away, we have that ability with storage along the edges.
And a sink in front.
Oh, thank you.
And then the flooring is no longer carpet.
Yeah, it'd be LVT.
Which is just very hard
Cleanable.
to maintain when you have glitter and other things.
Ease of maintenance.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And the next slide, I think, is showing off where it's just getting rid of the wall. So that
Vinyl.
makes it into that one big versatile room that Valerie was hoping for.
So if you notice now that space on the left side here is open. There's no longer.
So it's one larger space.
Can you explain LVT?
Sure. LVT is a luxury vinyl tile, is a fancy name for resilient floor. So it's like the 12 by 12 tile we used to see at everybody's school everywhere. It's just really super easily cleanable. It has almost no maintenance. It comes in lots of fun colors now.
It looks nice.
And it looks nice. It's just really easily cleanable, and the maintenance
And
is
it's very durable.
extremely durable.
This is, you're seeing the computers, and now you're just starting to see into the study rooms. So again, we have glass looking this way, and then we put glass, kind of seeing the edge of it here, looking towards the other study rooms that exist, and we did that so that natural light would come through into these study rooms, since those are the most popular ones. Ooh. So this is
Yes.
interior. Yeah, so what you're seeing here is the ceiling. We're suggesting, rather than just this kind of laying ceiling, putting in the grid like you have here, but getting a more fun acoustical tile for the teens. So this is one that you're seeing that kind of looks like Legos.
Is that acoustical tile better for acoustics or not really?
Yes, soundproofing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. And we can actually insulate above the ceiling, so we can double whammy.
That would be good.
Okay. There's lots of stuff that's hidden in between the coffers of the ceiling that we would actually be able to cover with this application.
Cool.
So here you're seeing some of the new storage there, a new height adjustable desk, and then we would probably keep some of the furniture and refresh them.
Computer tables too.
Yeah, and new computers, right now they're on like folding tables, so.
We actually added additional storage below the countertop. The existing counter, we're just going to build it in below. They don't need that much laptop. Kids just use them wherever they want. They don't say laptop there. So we're just using as much space as we can. Again, reusing what we have and trying to make it more efficient, more useful.
The lounge furniture down there is Siemens Day.
Yeah, talk about a lot of use.
Yeah.
That's good.
And then we looked at, if we do new flooring in there, maybe some hard surface and some carpet.
For crafting and serving space.
Carpeting versus the hard because of soundproofing effect?
No, so Ariane and the teen staff have told us that the teens, like, towards the video game area, they want to sit on the floor. They like
Okay,
sitting on the
that
floor.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is
I think it's flip-flop. Yeah, we had
Yeah, it's flip-flops in the rendering, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the location we talked about was,
What do architects say the
like
idea is?
either an arrow shape or squares like these are, so, those finer details are gonna come.
Yeah, like I said, really we're making sure that we have enough dollars to get the goals that you guys have.
And this is just showing you, when we did the budget, we put enough money in to do something of this level. It's not necessarily this, but it's different from this.
And you guys would see all of the different materials that we propose, all the different designs. This is an installation of that sound panel. This is the glass wall. So we actually priced out having it be acoustical. So you can get a double pane glass wall. There's one installed at the Lincolnwood Library that they put around their youth program room. And it does make a big difference. So you'd be able to have classes in the classroom and then programs going on in the maker. It's not going to be perfect, but it does cut down on the amount of sound that goes through a typical glass wool partition. It has a frame and it actually seals. So in the budget, do you want us to look at each phase of the budget or the different areas, or kind of keep it at a higher level?
The phase would be good.
Okay, if you can go to 2 more slides, Rich.
Yes, I would try.
1 more, sorry.
Just in case you said no.
Yeah. I was giving the wink, I was like,
Well, that's the end. so-
one more.
After the end?
There-
Yeah, after the end.
The end
All right.
is at the end.
Yeah.
So if you look at different color codings of the areas, we looked at it as 4 project areas. And quite frankly, it's kind of how we designed them. We knew that we could do, the classroom and the maker required each other in order to be completed. So we need to do those in a clump. In order to add, when we remove these study rooms here, we really want to do these also, but we kind of thought that we could renovate and add these 5 study rooms at once and then do the teen office. So that's project area 2. Project area 3 is the teen underground. The majority of that space is the lighting, the ceiling, and the finishes on the floor, and then new millwork and the desk. And then project area 4 is actually all the white. It's kind of new carpeting, new finishes in that area, new teen desks. We also we added in, I know you guys love that we keep adding little projects, but there's a display case that as you walk into the library along your left side that currently I think has a veterans display on the inside, or it did.
It did recently, but now it's
It was,
winter.
yeah, winter. The doors are in bad disrepair. It's not expensive at all. We just want to make sure we're listening.
It's very difficult to change out the display right now, and sometimes a safety concern.
And it's just better hardware, not expensive. And then the self-checkout, so the checkouts that are in the lobby, the countertop's high, especially for younger kids and kids or smaller adults. And so we have some money in there to take the countertop and lower it, and then just fix the column. So it's really just kind of lowering, get a millwork in here and lower that countertop to a more appropriate height. So area number 1, which is again, the classroom and the maker. The majority of that money, again, is in the movable glass partition and then in the finishes of the makerspace. Makerspaces have a lot of technology in them. So that's the more costly of the 4 projects. Area 2 gets you the rest of the study rooms and the teen. Area 3, again, is the teen underground, and that's the images that you saw. So that's the ceilings, the flooring, new millwork, new service point, fixing the doors, new lighting, and then again, area 5 kind of is the catch-all that gets the rest. There is an efficiency to doing all the project at once. There's about a 4 or 5% escalation we kind of talk about per year. So as you push those out, they get a little bit more expensive. But obviously, we put them together for this reason, so you guys can look at them, decide what you want to do, and move forward. Again, I think you said something earlier that was kind of hit the nail on the head, which is we really wanted to make sure when we build something, we're not having to tear it down to do the next project. So we felt like this was a really good roadmap to either do everything at once and or kind of piecemeal it along the way to make sure that we're getting the goals that we have for the next couple of years. Okay. Questions?
I'm wondering about the glass partition wall. Are there other options besides glass that are good options, or you guys didn't feel that that was the best option, or?
We tried to make it so the space looks bigger even when the door is closed and you can see the connection, and so that people in the classroom could see the makerspace and vice versa. There are other options.
For sure.
But that's why he was talking about soundproofing for the glass as well. And the architecture firm that we're working with also did the remodel in the Schaumburg Library, which I recently visited, and their glass partitions are really beautiful and welcoming looking, so that's where we started with this idea. But it is something that we could change if the board felt that that was,
My
a
only
good direction.
concern
Yeah.
pertaining to the glass,
Mhm.
especially if you know they have it at the other library and they're satisfied with it,
Yeah.
is, and I would ask them there, does it pose a problem when they have something going on in both sections?
Well, that's what the soundproofing is for.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
even that, just the distraction, oh, look at what they're doing.
Yeah, there's a film in the glass, but then, I will show you different options. Again, we were just,
Well, you could actually even put some kind of a drape or something
Sure.
that you can,
sure, there's different ways to address that.
but that's not even something you necessarily have to do, but if you find a problem, if there isn't a simple solution.
Great idea.
Sure, yeah. And so the reason why we broke it up into chunks is because we knew that this was not fully budgeted for this year whatsoever. But again, it takes months just to even go out to bid, and so any type of remodel, again, is a multi-year commitment for any library. I believe Schaumburg's remodel of their second floor took 4 years? Did it take longer?
Our master plan was, quite a while ago. So, we did the whole library master plan, and then we did AV in 2019. So first floor 17, and then the lobby in like 19, I'm 2 years behind, I think. So it's like 19, 21, 23. So it was a 6-year project. I might have some of those dates mixed up, but we typically did a project and a designer project, and did a project, designer project, and did a project. And
Over multiple
not to be
years.
weird, but that library is like 120 million square feet.
It is very huge, yes.
The
Yes.
second floor is 65,000 square feet, I think, just for the adult.
Yeah.
So that, it takes a bit longer, but the idea is exactly right. So, you know, you work off the success of each project and you kind of understanding what the changes are.
Mhm.
And the master plan, again, really keeps you out of your own way.
Yeah.
Making sure that when you spend dollars, you're not reverting back once they're complete.
So let's say we approve this at some point, and you're saying 8 months, we start this, so it'd still be 2025. How long for all 4 phases to be done?
I would say 6 to 8 months, 6 months. Yep.
After,
Well, we also have to get bids from contractors and all that.
I think that's, I would say 12 to 14 months total for drawings and construction.
If we
Would you
did
say
it
I'm
all
close
at
on
once?
Yeah.
If we
If you did it all at once, yeah.
But if-
Honestly, in this application, you would move the computers back to wherever they were, and you'd probably do everything, you'd probably close low level. It would be your best efficiency, and you just work from there.
And if we
Yeah,
didn't want to do.
You don't,
that,
you
we
wouldn't
could
have to.
phases, yeah.
You wouldn't have to. You could keep the study rooms open, and I know I might, and we have a lot of time to work this
Yeah,
out,
we're
but
not there yet.
you could gain a month of time just by closing the whole floor and then doing the whole project at one time. And that would be up to you. The construction manager would let you know what the cost is to do it all at once, and what the cost would be to do it in 2 or 3 phases.
Well, looking at it, I could see where we could do it reasonably. Because we do have money in our reserve to do it in 2 phases. Like you made
No, you could split it, you could. You could
having
split it here.
the classroom and
Split
the
it there.
study rooms
Yeah,
done.
Totally
So
right.
that way we have the study rooms.
Yep.
And then do the white and the yellow at
Yep.
phase 2.
Yeah.
Totally right.
Yeah.
There's lots of ways to skin the cat, and they're all, we could accomplish all of it, absolutely. No,
And-
not a problem.
Yeah, and as far as you're saying it going up, it would be giving us a little bit of break there because we're doing 2 at a time versus
And
1 at a
it
time.
would 100% be up to you guys, and you'd be in full control.
Mhm.
Jeez, being fully in control.
I know. I said that, and I was like, man, that sounds amazing.
Okay, I could understand where you would say do the classrooms and the study because we would be losing 2 of our study.
That's correct. I feel like those two go together pretty well.
Yeah.
And the other project is more or less a remodel with adding the study room for the teen office.
I think the teen underground, how long would it take to just do that? Because closing the teen underground, I could visualize being a rough go.
A month or, I mean, everything takes 2 months.
Yeah.
You think it would take over a
Well,
month?
it's just because,
Materials and stuff.
yes, and they say they're gonna get them on time, and then they don't come on time.
Okay,
and
It's
It just
like
never works
Murphy's
out.
Law.
okay.
And quite frankly, that room has just about every obstacle you can have in it. It's got columns and beams and floors and electrical and sprinklers. It's just, you have to touch everything for a very small area.
Okay,
And we understand all that. I'm not trying to say it's scary. I'm just saying in construction,
it's just
you
that
just don't
much
have those
more
people
added
lay
on
over
to
each
it.
other. They kind of go in sequence and it just takes a bit longer.
Yeah,
Yeah, to give you an idea, it's more likely, we're not there yet, obviously, but more likely we're gonna pick a different space for some of these, activities to temporarily move to, right? So,
I'm just looking at it
If
thinking
it's-
which is the worst space to try and make a temporary space for, and that
So
to
we-
me is the
we
teen
really-
underground.
we really have two spaces. One, if it's far enough, we could probably sacrifice a book, which is the Commons meeting room, right? But for a 2-month period, it's pretty hard, right? Especially if this ends up being a fall-winter project, then we have the same situation where, as the board knew.
You got battle of the
battle of
books
the
and all
books
that
and where
stuff.
they get displaced and and literacy, which is a very important goal for the library to be able to be a part of in the community. So essentially, my recommendation would be to put it up here, not have the quiet study and not have the exhibits that we have for that duration. And I would actually probably suggest to do that for Makerspace as well. And just have those two things, maybe the computers, depending on how, the flooring, if the flooring does have to be done or not, we could probably forego that part. But the Makerspace so that, you're not in anybody's way, the construction can happen, they're up here, they get projects done, they have the space here. I think having that kind of staging area, first of all, is proven. We've done this so many times before over the years that makes the most sense to be able to give the patrons that continuity of service, even if it is having them go to a different location in the building. But stopping services is really not what we're trying to do.
No.
We're trying to expand services and continue them in a temporary space, so.
Question for you,
Right,
Rich.
yeah.
Classroom makerspace there
Yeah.
versus teen underground there. What's the square footage difference in the two?
They're about the same.
Okay, so what if you?
It's about this much bigger.
The-
About that much bigger.
The difference being that there's a solid wall between the classroom and the makerspace right now. So it's harder for the teen staff to be able to manage both, depending upon how many kids show up.
So what if we ripped where the classroom and makerspace is apart first, and we made that the new teen underground up there? And then and then that would be done, and teen underground could stay.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
You can still keep it
phasing
open.
of it and where we go and that, we'll work out the details.
No, I'm saying, could you put teen underground?
Oh,
Can you-
in the project,
Can you
right?
move teen underground from here to here, which then puts it near the teen office, but then also you could complete this teen underground and never close teen underground at all, because you'd just be moving it from one side to the other side.
The one thing I see, which the architects would know, there's a lot of pillars in the teen area that there aren't in the makerspace and classroom as many.
Yeah, there's two.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying, Jason, because teen office is right next to that area as well. I just don't know if that would cost so much more money because it's completely flip-flopping the spaces as they already are. So it's a cost
You're
concern
gonna cut
potentially.
both of them anyway, because you're gonna change.
We're not touching
There's a
teen
plumbing
underground very
though.
much except
There's
for the
not that
ceiling.
Plumbing for the sink
Yeah.
though, you'd have to that's.
Well, we have to,
wild.
we would need to know if there's plumbing on the teen
Yeah, but
underground
they said
side.
it's over there.
But
That's what the architect said earlier.
but do we know if there's any in the teen underground?
There's not.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the only thing, that would be like the biggest thing. Like, I see your point, Jason,
Yeah,
like, it's just.
it
that'd
makes
be a
sense,
bigger
like,
project.
when you're looking at the layouts, it does absolutely
Yeah,
make
that's a
sense.
bigger project.
But I do think it would cost more money. Do you think it would cost more money just, I know you can't give us numbers, but
Well, I think that the comment about the columns is probably.
I think it's the most valid.
to me,
Yeah,
it's the most
that's-
valid, because
So here,
I come
there's
from a
there's 12
construction
columns.
family, I see columns, I see
Yeah.
headings.
back to the red.
all these little dark squares.
If you go to the rendering, actually, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, but before we go, one of the other goals that we had, realized was that the teen office space, as Valerie had eloquently elaborated on, should not be next door to it. It just would cause issues, and that would cause that kind of issue, so I don't know how well that would.
The kids might intrude on it too much.
that's that's the concern for the staff, is
And I
that,
can
yeah.
understand that.
Yeah, this articulates it pretty well. A lot of colors.
But I
It's
do think
it's
they could,
ideas though, no,
they
it's,
could move, I mean, you could move their furniture and like turn that into a makerspace while this is being constructed.
Like
I mean,
temporarily,
sorry,
yeah.
move the teens in there and not, kind of use a teen and maker together.
But this might be a more
Well, for
difficult,
construction.
usable space for a
Yeah,
permanent
I think so.
maker.
Yeah,
Well,
it's-
just, I think the column.
Yeah, because of the columns, okay.
it's a great idea.
I mean, we moved the makerspace, I think probably 5 different places. Going all over the place, and, let's not spend an ounce of more money than we can accomplish the goals. And there was, expanding the makerspace was the primary goal.
Mhm.
Secondary things were like, well, make it functional with the sink, because right now it's not, and portable sinks have their limitations. We tried to get natural light, so we were like, let's put it on an exterior wall, because we can vent through, existing spaces, but if you're on the outside wall, you don't have to vent through. But that really did add a sizable amount in the cost.
It did.
And so we reverted back, and the architects actually came up to us and said, look, this kind of, hybrid is actually the best cost savings bang for your buck.
Yeah.
So it's not like the staff, hey, this is what we came up with, and this is what it was sort of a combination hybrid that we had settled after about a 2-month process of going and really exploring every possible thing. So, I just wanted to give you the background behind.
Can we go back to the 4 phases, please, just so I can?
Oh, at the end?
Yeah, at the end, I'm just trying to look at the dollar amounts and everything as well. Thank you.
And I had a question. Is there a time of year, which I don't think there is, where the teen underground isn't used as much? Isn't it pretty much when they're off of school, they're in there?
It's pretty busy. I would need either Ariane or Rachel here to answer that question better.
Because if we can
We really,
get
That's
it
what I was
worked around that,
it might be summer, if anything. We do try to get the teens in for summer reading though, so we want to have the welcoming space.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
them.
and I'm just like,
But
it
then
seems like
if you're
summer is
doing
the
it for
kind of
summer
when they're
reading,
not- when they're out
up
of school.
here would be.
Yeah.
a
And we
good-
would
a fine
talk to
place.
staff about that and then bring the suggestions for phasing back to the board if this was approved to go out. So that is absolutely a great question that we will ask.
Will we be able to have this presentation sent to us?
No. You have to look at it huge though, it looks so great.
I mean, I have to
In
honestly do-
color, oh my
I know,
God.
right? It's so great.
Yeah, especially this page.
I will say
Yeah,
that,
actually, this page is a good page.
Yeah.
I wish, Ariana, I wish was here, because it was a very fun process. It was,
Yeah.
there was a lot of.
Collaboration, yeah.
Quite frankly, for us, it made the most sense to put the teen office in the team. And we showed lots and lots of plans, and she met with her staff over and over and brought them in. And the plan is it's driven completely by the library. And really, it's us just shuffling the options and looking to see which was the most efficient for them. So it's been fun. It's been-
Working at a school, I can understand the teen
Yeah,
office being
yeah.
there.
What have you done in other
Because-
libraries with teen underground, or on teen areas with the teen office?
So Schomburg's across the hall. There's a hallway that separates, so there's teen space, a staff hallway, and then the staff office. So there's 2 doors that separate them. And there's a desk inside there. I'm trying to think of other ones.
So like that
First
would-
has the off the back.
You need some
They're with-
separation.
They're with youth and adult, like
Yep.
they're in workrooms that are far.
Yeah.
So would you say, like, hypothetically, you took teen office and put it where computers is that similar to like what they have? There's a hallway in between the 2 areas?
It would
It's
kind of
not
be
a
if there was a
staff
hallway
hallway, though.
here,
Like,
if the
yeah.
office was
Yeah.
here,
That's,
and there's
yeah.
2 doors there, yeah, more or less.
And the
Same
staff
thing.
hallway is locked. The patrons can't
Yeah,
get in there,
can't
so
get
the
through it.
kids can't. Because what we were imagining, and this would happen, I know it would. We had, again, the teen office in that little square on the left side of the yellow part, and the kids would just knock on the window all the time. I mean,
Hey, we want help now. Yeah, I
they,
can-
they love Miss Rachel and they love Tess. And if they see them, they will ask for their help and be interrupted to a point that it would not be conducive to any type of other work.
And if they don't see them, they sigh and make discontented noises because they're sad.
Teens
That's
power,
up
I have no idea.
there.
But Valerie, is it possible to move the computers where the teen collection is and the teen collection moved by the study then?
I don't think the footprint is big enough.
And it's really tall, but you wouldn't be able to see past it, it would
Okay.
be kind of a room.
Yeah.
We looked at moving it around a little bit, we looked at putting it up here and lining this wall entirely with
Mhm.
study rooms,
Yeah.
and it just, like, study rooms along all of this. But this is, I mean, it's full height
Mhm.
collection, and then the study rooms in the back felt kind of lost. I felt like they might be misused.
But all of this conversation is wonderful. That's why we wanted
Yeah.
to present this together and have the conversation together. Because it's easier to have, you know, our team here answering the questions of what we have already discussed and thought about, and if these ideas could work.
Yeah, I think it's a great first step. I
Yeah.
think, you know, having us all get this, and we still have, you know, over 25% of our boards not here tonight either, so
Mhm.
to get some of their
Yeah,
input as
Sure.
well,
Yeah.
I think, you know.
We should
No, it's a lot of
vote-
information.
We should
Absolutely.
vote
Yeah.
on this when we have an entire board.
Oh, sure. I put it in as an action item in case you wanted to vote, but it's entirely up to the board.
I personally think the layout that you have set up, especially if you've talked to Ariane and the teen librarians and the tech department that you are in charge of makerspace and that, and they're satisfied with this and think it will be best, then I'm satisfied with the layout. As far as staging or anything else, that's something I feel we would need.
Well, and you'd
Full
be
board.
involved in the process
Yeah.
as well, like they were mentioning.
Absolutely.
So if we were to approve this tonight,
Mm-hmm.
does that mean that we wouldn't be, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't be able to change anything a month from now or tomorrow? You know,
So-
like, we would approve something, whenever it is, whether it's tonight or next month or whatever. When we decide to approve something, the next step is you come up with more drawings, right? Is what you
Correct.
said, it takes a couple more months, and
That's
then you
right.
would bring those back to us, and then
Yep.
we're gonna do this all over again.
And then we could decide if we're gonna do phases.
And I may be way ahead of my skis, but it may be a good idea to even have a workshop with the board and possibly some of the staff, where we got to start to kick the project back off, where we kind of get together, because there's a lot of this, and we keep talking iterations as if we kept them away, but some of them just weren't viable because the staff didn't feel like they worked the way they wanted to work for their spaces. So we keep going back to the point that Ariane really had the final, not the final say, but because that's kind of silly, but you know, was really directing on the best way that the space is used by
Well,
her.
between
staff.
Ariane and Sarah,
Yeah.
because it's their staff that
Yeah.
use
But I
this
think we could
space,
absolutely
yeah.
just kind of go through and look at it with everyone and say, these are the exact reasons, or these are the reasonings behind why this is here and that's there.
I said reuse all the HVAC that you could
Yeah,
possibly.
that was Rich. Rich was,
Yeah.
We're not going to
Yeah.
reconstruct down there, and the engineers.
no, we sent it to our engineer to make sure that we could accomplish, the study rooms are the hardest
Yeah.
part
Yeah.
of this, is make sure they're heating and cooling correctly, the new ones.
We were
Because
trying
if
to
it's
be,
not set up correctly, you will hear complaints.
That's right.
I know it's a large price tag, and we were trying to be as cost conscious as possible and as conscious of not having to again come back and alter this if it is approved to move forward. Because again, something that we talked about too is that if we go and say, yes, let's do something, and then we go back and say, never mind, we don't want these light bulbs or these whatever, that costs to make those changes. If we don't, stick with our decisions every time we make a change, it makes a cost. So it's better to have our deliberations before,
Yeah.
We don't want to rush into anything.
Right.
It's easy to change stuff on paper.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, but on certain things, since you're gonna be doing it more, computer versus paper, there will still be some wiggle room.
What we're talking about is, so the next phase that the board has to, so phase one was to select an architectural firm.
Mm-hmm.
Product was selected,
Yes.
obviously we went through, we know why. The next is to have product move forward so that we can get to the bid stage, right?
Okay.
And that will be, in terms of the iteration of how that looks like, it's looking like maybe some sort of either collaborative effort with maybe some representatives of the board or the board as a whole, maybe a workshop. We'll see how that comes up, but that's where the next phase is, to have plans ready for bidding. And if need be, what sort of phasing are we putting into that bid proposal or the bid document, and indicating that you, as a contractor, you need to provide us pricing for
Whatever we say.
these options or this exact phasing, like 2 months from the beginning of the project, awarding of contract, that this is completed, and then this is completed, or we are gonna vacate the space, we're gonna relocate our patrons and staff, and you have access to all, So we'll figure that out, but that has to happen in the next phase, so that we can then go to bid, because going out to bid is about a 2-month process. You obviously put it in the paper, but then you have to have a contractor walkthrough. There's probably amendments, like we did with the roof, and they have to go be published in the paper. Then there's the opening of the bids. Then the architects who will be the lead on this will have to go through and make sure that not only the bids are okay, but they're following exactly the qualified. Present that to the board, and then the board has to decide, yes, the lowest and qualified bid is good, or perhaps the lowest bid wasn't qualified, it's the second. So then we have to, look at that. And then there's, after it's all said and done, and the board says, yes, go ahead, create a contract, that might take a month. The roof certainly did. So, and then everything gets ordered, and depending on the staging, so, yes, 12, 14 months, but.
And I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
Rich, as far as normally we take the lowest bid, but
lowest quality.
when we had the roof bids quite a while ago, one guy came in with a low bid, but he wasn't doing.
He wasn't
what-
qualified,
He was unqualified, he wasn't bidding for what we were asking him to bid on. So we eliminated him. So I understand that, and that's why we're hiring them, because they have the expertise to know
So
if they're
whether it
giving
be
us what
tonight with
we asked for.
the board that's here, or perhaps in February, the further we push it, the further it goes into maybe fiscal years beyond the next fiscal year. So right now, we're gonna be budgeting, starting the budget process for the next fiscal year.
Yes.
So, this is really a good time to be able to move forward on this, so that we can get to the stage where everyone is comfortable with what we want to go out to bid.
So it sounds like that the board that is here right now is not comfortable with approving a dollar amount tonight. So we're talking about taking time to review the presentation on our own over the next month, I'm guessing, right? And then come back next month and talk about it again?
Yeah, and I think it gives you, Mayor and Carolyn, a chance
Right.
to also look at it as well.
Yeah.
28% of our board is in here, so that's hard to.
So I think that's where we stand then.
And then when they're here, but personally, what would be voting on at this point was if we want them to go ahead with their figuring out what they need as far as the architects. Not that we're doing phase 1, 2, 3, or 4, or what order we're doing them in.
We haven't even had
No,
a
we haven't had a
chance to
chance to
digest
review
this besides
everything.
No,
right here.
and I'm saying that, I understand that, and I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that, and I'm fine with having these plans to look over.
Right.
But I'm saying, we are not voting on paying for the whole project. We're
No.
just voting on whether we want the architects to go forward.
To start doing drawings and such.
Yes.
Yes, that would be the next phase.
Yes.
So do we need to table this until next month, or do we
And,
just?
and Rich has the presentation on the laptop, you guys already have.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
actually,
much.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could shoot that to us.
Cool.
Thank you for your
But it was a
time.
wonderful presentation.
No, thank you.
Very much.
And again,
Thank
it's, we appreciate all the questions, and it was super fun. It was very, there was a lot of discussion. and it was very fruitful, and we're really proud of what we turned out to be.
And I'm very grateful for that. I mean, you guys must have put a ton of work in on the
Yes.
staff
Yes.
end to have all
They
the
did. The staff
conversations.
was
And I'm
awesome.
sure that the staff already had these ideas in their heads for years. So,
You know,
and I.
One of them did.
I'll tell you, it was very nice to see the staff coming together and giving these ideas and saying, hey, look, why come back several years later if we don't address this now?
Yeah.
Why would we do that? Why would we, the board's gonna ask us this. So just like the questions of, why is this so big? The questions would have been, well, why didn't you do this and this? Why you're coming back to us?
Exactly.
And so we'd rather answer the questions of, why is it like this? Why is it all encompassing of the lower level as opposed to just, very piecemeal, very small, so.
And I did encourage the staff to come with their bigger ideas because we're in the strategic planning process. But that will take, again, some time, and my understanding from the board was to come up with ideas fueled by patron feedback to help spend down our reserves in the most reasonable way possible and start thinking about remodeling the building because it has been a long time
And
since
I
our
know
last
there are
remodel.
people who complain about, why do you have so much in reserve? But if we're actually using the reserve to fix things that will benefit them,
Mhm.
Yes,
you
but to
know.
Jason's point too, was how much of that are we gonna use for this, if we're gonna be taking it away from possibly doing something like
Something
that.
else, yeah.
Bookmobile too, so we have to be careful though.
We do, we have to be attentive. These are things, again, that the staff brought to me that they have been talking about for years.
Yes.
And so instead of coming up with brand new ideas, which we will also do through strategic planning, I wanted us, since we had the opportunity, to try to address these needs first.
It's exciting.
Here's
Yeah.
a great question though. Staff has wanted this for years as well. What about staff on the first floor, and what about staff on the third, on this floor as well, that want things as well?
Mhm.
And if we do this full project, what does that eliminate from being able to improve for other staff as well?
Well, I
Because
agree, but
this
this
makes
is what I've
one
been
area
asked
happy.
for the most. I have not gotten big asks from any of the other floors as far as departments, but this has come forward from patrons and from staff since I've been here.
Valerie, I'm gonna ask you just a hypothetical. But in terms of, the future growth, meaning the numbers
Yes.
that potentially are gonna be coming into this newer space.
Yep.
What type of growth has there been any consideration into looking into what type of growth in terms of patrons coming in is gonna look like?
Sure, I can't give you exact numbers, but as Sarah has mentioned specifically, the study rooms are very high use and we'll be able to track more statistics of that use by not turning people away in high demand times. And for the makerspace, again, those classes, especially the craft classes, are incredibly popular. And again, we've been having to, whenever our newsletter hits and we allow for registration of Niles residents, how early does it fill up?
sometimes within a day.
Within a day.
Because there's been times I've
Yeah.
called in the afternoon and they're already filled.
Yeah. And so we want to be able to address that by having a larger space with more equipment and being able to expand into the classroom space to make those classes bigger themselves. And also that space currently is not very accessible. The tables are kind of jammed in because, like Sarah said, this was not originally a makerspace at all. And so it addresses our accessibility concerns as well by, again, the tech service desk. We right now would not be able to hire anyone who has accessibility concerns because the desk is not adjustable or at ADA height. And so that was one of the things we focused on as well for both patron access to the classes as well as staff access.
And isn't that getting to be more of a law that you have to have that?
We have to address it as it comes up whenever we're remodeling things. So we're trying to keep that in
Because I
mind
can
as well.
remember things they've
Mhm.
done years ago at, like the school I worked at. They had to have certain kind of handles on the doors and different things.
So this puts the biggest request that I've gotten in my first year as director all in one project.
I've got to follow up, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So in terms of the study rooms, so we're adding essentially an additional 6 seats, if you will?
An additional 3 study rooms.
Three, right, but each room will have 2 seats, right?
Well, it depends on how people use the room.
Yeah,
Some,
if they
a lot of
Right.
people just come
Or-
individually.
Right, but,
yeah.
but, I mean, but just looking at the drawing there, it seems like it's just
6 seats, yeah.
Yeah.
6 seats, right?
Correct.
And then the makerspace would have an additional table to what we currently have?
So right now we have 2 tables in the makerspace, but we only have 4 chairs at each of them. These tables are longer and have 6 chairs at each of them.
So there's 10
And
extra.
there's 3 of them, so there's 10 extra seats.
The
in the
current
Okay, so-
makerspace is like half of the classroom.
Okay, well,
Plus,
then,
with connecting the classroom to the makerspace,
right, then you
you
could,
also add those seats
True.
for the available
true.
classes,
So-
which would project higher numbers in general for
Right, right.
attendance.
Okay, well, I mean, but you, that satisfied my answer,
Yeah.
which is 6 seats in study rooms, additional seats, and potentially 10 or in the makerspace.
Mhm.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank you.
evening. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you waited, because I wouldn't want to hear you say,
Well, and I think one of the things that we have to discuss as a whole is also what's the budget gonna look like for this? Are we comfortable spending 1.6?
Well, it's not gonna
What
be
we
that.
need to do
No,
is
you know
look
it's gonna
at,
be higher.
Right.
we need to look at our special
we're working
reserves
it out.
and realize, seriously, the past 2 elections, what I've heard is people complaining about how much we have in special reserves. Granted, special reserves is basically,
Bye, thank you.
if we're gonna be doing any remodeling or anything, that's where we put our money, so we have it for that. So
We're in session, right? We have.
We
We
are.
are still
I don't
in
even
session.
think we have anything specific, special reserves
Well,
for the whole
that's
project.
what we need to look at. That, when we're also looking at this.
We need to look at that, we need to look at the strategic plan for what everybody's telling us for the whole building, not just this. We need to look at what our wish list items are and what the warrant items are going forward. Because if we spend $2 million on this and we need another $2 million for something else, and we don't have it, then what do we do?
Well,
And what happens if it's more important?
And so that's what what I was gonna get to, is that this 1.6 will not be 1.6.
It'll be
It'll be-
Closer to 2.
I'm thinking double this, okay?
Yeah.
Double this, and what I'm looking at in terms of just those spaces is that, wow, is it worth getting the, putting a different project ahead of this? I don't know, and that's my thought.
That's the whole thing, is
That's
what do
where I'm-
which
yeah.
way do we go? Because I also know that we do need the parking lot done at some point too, and that's $500,000. And, it's nice to want everything done, but there's only so much you can do at once.
Granted, that's why whatever we do, like if we do this, we would probably phase it, not do it all at
But we
once.
would also need to be okay pushing other things down the road, because we would need to rebuild our.
I understand
resources.
what you're saying.
Like I was showing Becky, one of the biggest things in this book, that I think was on page 20, that we were looking at, right, is you look at, it was 45, was it 45? So on 45,
I just
Sorry.
flipped all of them at once.
on
I was at
45,
39 and then it was at the end.
I'm sorry.
It's my fault.
One of the biggest things that it talks about here is like the revenue. And when you look at the biggest thing in the revenue, what was the biggest jump that made us go from 4.7 to 5.4? Was your interest, went up $328,000. Well, as we know, interest rates are coming down on investments, so you're not gonna get that as,
Well-
and so, well, you're not gonna get the 7%.
No, and I
It's gone.
understand what
So-
you're saying. You can't depend on,
Yeah, so what we have to depend on is those top 2 lines, which is the property tax and the replacement property tax. We have to depend on those, and if it's gonna take us 10 years, let's say, to replenish what we're doing, then what do we do? For the next 10 years, we stay stagnant and we don't do
Well,
anything from the
and-
strategic plan?
and one thing I thought of when I'm hearing this is the possibility of putting some of our projects or one of the projects toward applying for a grant to help cover it.
Sure, but we would have to make sure that we got it before we just said yes.
And I'm
to
not
it.
saying we don't,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying there are ways of hopefully getting money.
You hope, we all hope, we all hope, without
Yes.
going to the public.
Yes,
Shall we move on to the policies?
I'd like to make a motion to rescind the library rules policy and the unattended children policy and replace them with a patron code of conduct policy.
I'd like to make an amended motion. Well, or rather, I had some changes to the patron code of conduct, so I don't know if
That
we
would be
need-
part of discussion
Discussion.
after it's
Second.
seconded. Yeah.
Gotcha. So we need a second.
Okay, it's been seconded.
So the way I've seen this work really well at my previous library is that we go section by section and discuss some things to see if the board wants to make edits.
Whose are we at for this?
74.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm here. Times four, thank you. Even though I was in the daring committee.
No, this is. Okay, so does anyone have any suggested edits for the section under welcome and before to maintain a clean, safe, and inclusive environment?
That's the first paragraph?
I
The
have
first-
one in honor of Umair.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God, help
In the
us.
very first sentence, I
Yep.
believe includes, should not have an S on it. And Mary, you better be
He's gonna
texting
be
me right
proud
now.
of you, yeah, he's gonna be proud.
Okay,
So it's just a,
It's
a
just- it's the
correction in
grammatical
spelling.
thing, yes.
okay.
Was it just the bolded paragraph you mentioned, or the whole?
The first statement and the first paragraph, that's the first section. Before the next bolded line. It's kind of easier to break it up that way.
mm-hmm.
Anyone have anything else?
Nope.
Okay. The next section, to maintain a clean, safe, and inclusive environment for everyone, patrons must, and then any of those bullets. Are there any questions or suggested edits?
I was on the committee and I.
I have one.
Okay.
In the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet point, follow the reasonable direction of library staff and allow staff to perform their assigned duties. I would like to propose taking out the word reasonable, because I feel like it leaves a lot up to interpretation, and
That
patrons
is a
could
good
argue
point.
that
Mhm.
staff is not being reasonable, and I think if we just said, follow the direction of library staff, there leaves no room for interpretation, and you just have to do what the staff asks you, but I don't know how anyone else feels about that.
I'm
I'm
okay
o-
with that.
I'm okay with that, but then I think we should probably look at, like, even in the first and second bullet point, meet generally accepted hygiene, generally, like, which, like, your generally accepted hygiene and my generally accepted hygiene is two different things.
So
You know-
those are more kind of legal document accepted terms that I've seen in many policies. And I didn't talk to the attorney here yet, which I will give this policy to the attorney before we finalize it. But the attorney, when I talked about it at the previous library, said this is kind of standard language for that type of.
Yeah, I'd like to see it be acceptable hygiene on both, not generally accepted, because generally accepted to somebody could be I shower once a month, and somebody else who could be I shower daily. Like, you know, I mean, that's the truth of it, right? Like, everybody's interpretation of something generally is
So
different.
you're saying cross off the word general?
Yeah, and I'd like to see on
So
the first one to
acceptable?
be acceptable hygiene.
Okay, does everybody agree with that?
I'm fine with it.
Okay,
So then the next line is also generally
I would say just acceptable hygiene.
okay,
I would make both lines acceptable hygiene.
sure.
I don't think it's too much to ask.
In the second bullet point from the bottom,
Mhm.
can we not address it, eat low odor?
Hmm?
Can we eliminate that?
Well, some snacks have a smell, like a very strong smell. That's why we added the eat low odor, low mess snacks. Because even if it is a low mess snack, like tuna fish, for example, and some, we get complaints from other people.
Yeah,
Don't
because
they
you
use
can
that
smell it.
lunch area, the snack area?
They do. Mm-hmm.
on the main
Is there a
floor.
microwave there?
There
Yeah,
is no microwave
There
there.
is no microwave?
And most libraries don't offer a microwave.
Because to me, it sounds kind of,
We can eliminate it if that's what the board is open to.
Again, I think it's one of those things, what's low odor to me, what's an odor to me is not like,
So the
It's hard.
entire purpose of the policy goes back to whether or not someone is reporting a disturbance. And then it gives my PICs, my staff, something to point to where they can say, I'm sorry, you're disrupting others from using the library by violating the eat low odor snacks type of policy. That's what the interpretation is always going to be open.
But then how do you regulate that in terms of public facility? How do you regulate that? I mean, if you go to work, people have those type of odors too in terms of snacks, and you can't eliminate that from.
Many staff workrooms do actually have rules about like no popcorn, for example, or no fish or low odor things, or if there's an allergy, they'll post signs about
Yeah,
that.
no nuts.
Yeah, no nuts,
Well,
things
where
like that.
we work, we don't have that.
Mhm.
So it all depends on the location, but I mean, I just find that kind of offensive. I mean, if you're saying low odor,
Mhm.
then you're really targeting that specific person.
It depends on if you can smell the odor from far away or not.
And it depends if somebody's gonna complain about it.
Because it's the same concern related to generally acceptable or acceptable hygiene. Often that is related to an odor.
so
Yes.
what if, I'm just being hypothetical here,
Mhm.
but to go to Sue's point, right? So somebody's having tuna fish,
Mhm.
and we ask them, hey, can you please, it's violating the low odor policy.
Yeah.
Somebody's having popcorn,
Mhm.
are we gonna, so
If
no
we
matter what,
smell it, like it's
so no
the
matter
smell.
what, yeah, but if,
Yeah.
no matter what complaint, if
Mhm.
there's any complaint of any snack at all, we're just gonna tell people, hey, you gotta
If
put it
it's a
away.
strong smell, if the
But
complaint
seriously,
is odor
popcorn
related.
smell, you can smell that forever.
But
I
the
mean-
point being is though, it's a public facility.
Mhm.
At our position where I work, we could eat anything, and we do have other nationalities,
Mhm.
and they use all the same microwaves and however, but how you regulate that? You can't regulate that.
Typically by complaints. If there is a complaint that someone else's use of the space is being interrupted because of a strong odor, and the way that we enforce that is the staff member will go over and see if they also detect a strong odor. That is the goal. But again, if the board feels like this is something we should remove, I'm fine with that. The staff is more concerned about things being eaten outside of the commons area because of potential bugs and things like that.
Yes.
I could see that, but I
Yeah.
mean, in terms of low order, that to me is not acceptable for something of that nature.
Mhm.
Because with the volume of people that come in this facility, I cannot see you regulating that.
We have to regulate odor in other areas, not just related to food. We do get complaints about that on a regular basis.
And you're saying that if this was if this is the policy, it wouldn't be like, it's only if someone reports it and complains about it, it's not.
That's generally true with most of, unless it's a safety issue, that's generally true with most of these policies, is that we bring them to the board. That's also why it comes to the board. What are the community standards of what we want to maintain in this building? Do we want to let the patrons eat whatever they want, and then if someone complains about odor, we say, well, this is a space for eating, and we're fine with the odors? That's fine too. We just need direction as far as the policy.
Well, because if you can actually regulate that though, because even when you're at a sports facility or even a park district, the volume of people that come in those facilities, you can't regulate that as well. I mean, with the marijuana situation, you can't, tell the person to leave the premises because maybe it's a medical issue.
Yeah, I hear you. It's a reasonable consideration.
Well, I'm comfortable leaving that out entirely. Because.
Just the odor part, or the
Yes,
mess part,
yes,
or all of it?
the low odor,
Mhm.
to describe an actual parameter.
Sure.
Simply because if someone's gonna complain, they're gonna complain whether or
Regardless.
not
Mhm.
it's there.
Well, and that's what we want to know, that the point of having the policy gives us a standard of governance to say that in this community, that because the board is representative of the community, these are the standards that the board has agreed that we will follow. That's the point. So if we're okay with odors, that's fine, and then if someone complains, we say, okay,
Then we can bring it up at a later date.
potentially.
Okay.
So take out odor out,
Whatever.
I'm fine with that.
okay? Any other questions from that section?
Nope.
Okay. What about until the bottom of this page, the rest of this page?
The only thing that kind of made me think was the second one, the word annoying. I don't know if it's just because I have kids still and I feel like they're always annoying each other and that maybe it doesn't fit into this one, I don't know. Because, and I know all of these things are open to interpretation, but annoying to me just seems like not something that you should be getting in trouble for, I don't know.
Well, annoying could be a huge,
It's subjective. It is.
yeah.
It can be subjective. So remove annoying.
I don't know, am I just the only one that feels that way?
I can see what you're saying.
It seems like there's a big difference between harassment and annoying.
Yeah.
Yes,
I agree.
so, fine.
Well, it's not just harassment, it's harassment, intimidation, or bullying.
Yes, those I think are more important.
So I'll take out annoying, that's fine.
Valerie, I have a question, and maybe Rich might be able to jump in and be part of this discussion.
Sure.
I remember at one point hearing from folks that have to enforce this, that they're not equipped to enforce it, meaning that they're not trained to be able to make judgments on these things. So, and Rich, have you had any feedback from staff about what is some of the challenges there are in enforcing policies?
Yes, over the years, whether it be me directly. So I'm in a new position with regards to having the staff that I have, and where they are in the enforcement chain. They're not in a position now that they do the enforcement. It's something that they will participate in assisting the person in charge. We are moving towards having the facility staff do walkthroughs, and some of this will be on their plate. And I'm going to train them how they need to approach patrons. Once it's determined what it is that the code of conduct is going to be. But from time to time, we've had staff interactions with patrons and patron interactions with staff, and we've dealt with them as they've come up. And I think whatever the board decides, the staff is going to be able to work out and figure out how to best enforce that, right? Or how to best monitor the patron code of conduct that is taking place.
Do you mind if I step in?
Please.
Okay, so Rich and I have started a conversation since he's taken over head of security. And since the maintenance staff is now also going to be security monitors. And we've had discussions about how his staff wants clarity on what to enforce, how to enforce it. So the first step is having an updated policy to know what the standards of the community are based on the board's feedback. Once we do that, Rich and I will work together with other staff to create a guide for the security monitors as far as what we want them to address themselves. And those would be very minor things, such as, are you eating in another area than the cafe? And just saying, please eat in the cafe, that type of thing. If there is anything related to safety or that may escalate to asking someone to potentially leave the building, or if someone does not respond well, should a security monitor say, please eat somewhere else, they get the PIC. And the PIC, again, they've already been getting trainings, and Cassandra and I work very closely on those trainings along with Rich. And we do that on a regular basis. We're scheduling one upcoming again soon because we have new staff that can act as PICs. So it's a matter of setting the standards, and they will always have backup for anything beyond a very minor, like, hey, you might not know our policy. This is what it is. And so the idea of this is not to be punitive to anyone. It's not to be, enforced without careful consideration. And we want to start with a governing standard before we can move down into updating our procedures and really train the staff who are being given these relatively new roles, even though they've done them in the past.
So that goes along with my concern in that, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but so the final verdict, if you will, the final decision to enforce this is and will be made by the PIC.
By the person in
So
charge.
then our support staff, whomever they may be,
Yeah.
they'll just basically be bringing the situation
Yes.
awareness to the PIC.
Absolutely.
The PIC decides.
Yes.
And where I'm going with this is that I want to avoid a situation where the staff at the library are going to be accused of some inappropriate enforcing of a policy.
Absolutely.
And then be accused of that.
Absolutely.
So then you're confronted with a potential disciplinary action against an employee for trying to do their job.
Yep, and that goes along with when we do PIC training, whenever something potentially escalates, we always tell staff to have another staff with them for safety concerns as well as documentation, so that we know what happened.
Yeah, documentation, very important.
On the
Thank
second
you,
to
Debbie.
last, I'm sorry, on the second to last bullet point, possession, consumption of illegal substances, should we add something in there regarding vaping and e-cigarette products that are not allowed in the library?
No smoking is on the next page. But this specifically is related to intoxication. And intoxication includes any type of intoxication, whatever, potentially medication or potential drugs. So it encompasses everything.
Now, can I ask another question?
Sure.
On the last bullet point, toileting, is it preferably urination or something, or
It includes defecation as well.
defecation?
Yeah, toileting includes urination and defecation.
Say outside the building.
Outside.
Right, I know, but could we say a better word for that, though? Toileting, to me, does not sound.
We can change it to urination
I
and
would do,
defecation.
yeah, I would change that.
How does the board feel about that?
It doesn't bother me to
Okay.
change it.
Urinating or defecating? Okay. Should I wait for Vice President Twinkle?
I think
Probably.
we could get started, because it'll be going for a while, I think, this next part, so.
You think?
Yes.
In the next section, the staff have brought up, several staff members have brought up concerns about adding prolonged or habitual sleeping to our policy. Our previous policy did not mention sleeping whatsoever. The reason why I recommend adding it to the policy is because we do have concerns every once in a while, and during the winter more often it does come up, where number one, there are people who are looking for more permanent housing solutions who have potentially used the library premises for prolonged or habitual sleeping, meaning that they are potentially trying to sleep here for several hours in a day or several days in a week, that type of thing. That's the interpretation of this type of language, or at least the intention of it that I would share with staff. And it's out of a safety concern more than anything else. I have seen at other libraries, both personally and speaking with other professionals, where if you're not checking on someone who has been what appears to be asleep for an extended period of time, they may have had a medical emergency and you are unaware. And that is a concern that I want staff to be monitoring. That doesn't mean that I encourage in any way any type of enforcement against people experiencing homelessness, because that was a concern of the staff. The staff wants to ensure that we are not being discriminatory against anyone experiencing homelessness, and we have no intention of that. Our practice would remain the same as it has been in the past when someone experiencing homelessness does exhibit prolonged or habitual sleeping, where we offer them resources. We let them know about the Niles Family Services opportunities. We have other opportunities and handouts that we provide them. We've even had Niles Family Services come over and speak with people. There's an organization called Housing Forward that we can work with that will help with temporary housing placement. So the goal of this is not, again, to be denying access for anyone to the library. It's
But
just
if
to...
somebody is having a medical emergency and you don't realize it because you're just letting them sleep and they might be actually passed out from
We should be paying attention.
whatever.
That is the idea of it. We should be paying attention as to what is going on. And if we do notice, again, that someone is here several days in a row, potentially camping in different parts of the library, sleeping, we can speak to them about resources and let them know that, you know, the library is not ultimately a housing solution, but we can offer you assistance.
Valerie, may I just jump in on this? And I need some clarity.
Sure.
So our facility, it is often used as a warming center, correct?
Mhm.
So if we are in that phase
Mhm.
where we are considered a warming center and it's declared, wouldn't this be in conflict with?
We have not been declared an official warming center, and I am not sure about the regulations to warming centers if we are declared one, as to whether we have to have availability for sleeping. I'm
Right,
not sure.
and that's where I'm going at,
That
because
I'm not sure of.
I know that other towns advertise
Mhm.
libraries as warming centers. And I would imagine that if someone, you know, potentially could find themselves sleeping. So that's why I was concerned about
Yeah.
that.
I hear the position from both sides. I absolutely have compassion for people experiencing homelessness. I have had close family members experience homelessness. I have actually experienced homelessness myself. So I would not put this policy in place with any intention of enforcing it in any other way than, for example, I did have a patron in the recent past who was sleeping in our vestibule, who intended to sleep here, who informed me they intended to sleep here until we closed, and then they intended to sleep in our parking lot, which is a safety and a liability concern that I have to address.
Yeah.
For the library. And that is an extreme
And,
situation
yeah.
that does not frequently happen. But I do want staff to be aware that that is something we need to be paying attention to.
Well, the warming center that is Niles is right across the street. The senior center is open till 5, the fitness center is open till 10. So there are areas that can help address this, where even a shower could be taken in the fitness center. So, I mean, there's a lot of resources that Niles has that are within walking distance, and they would come over and even help get the person to where they need, so.
Which they do, and we work closely with them.
Family
And I
services is
understand that we want to be an additional resource, and we are in the capacity that we're able to be. But I don't know that being a place to sleep for extended periods of time is what the community standard is. But if that is what the board feels the direction we want to move in, or if the community does, there are other libraries that specifically allow sleeping in their policies or don't mention sleeping. But not mentioning sleeping does make it more difficult for my staff to know what the standards are and for us to know which direction to go in. So I feel like it's a really important conversation.
I actually feel, you know, we don't disagree very often, but I feel pretty strongly that this language doesn't belong in our patron code of conduct. I think that the library is a place where people know they can come. I mean, I'm not saying that we want people sleeping 8 hours a day here, or out, you know, saying that they're in vestibule and they're going to stay here until, you know, I think all the other things you're saying, like offering them resources,
Yes.
that stuff needs to be done all the time anyways, whether the language is in here or not, and I'm pretty sure we're already doing that anyhow.
Well, that's where the confusion is coming from. That is where the staff who have to enforce this.
Well, and that's another thing. So once we move towards having security staff, those staff will be, I'm assuming, right, tasked with that kind of thing, more than like whoever's walking past here, I don't know, but, you know, if there's, whatever
it's-
staff person is on the desk up here shouldn't have to be tasked with walking around the building and seeing who's sleeping and how long they're sleeping, or,
No.
you know,
And
things
that's
like
not,
that.
the goal of that, again, is not watch people as they sleep and time them. But if we don't have anything about sleeping in here, the understanding related to staff, and my understanding is that we don't ever address anybody who's sleeping on property unless we're about to close. That's why I want to put a standard in here.
Can I ask, do other libraries within our surrounding areas have something of a clause like this?
Some have no, as long as someone sleeping doesn't disturb anyone else, like no loud snoring. Some again have sleeping is welcome. And there are so many variations as to what the community standard is. And this language again is open to interpretation for a reason, but what we need to know, because again, you are the current board, the board may change. We need to know, does the board want us to be paying attention to this? Because you could get a community member coming forward one way or the other, and I get them frequently, with either I'm concerned that someone is sleeping outside of the building and I feel unsafe or unwelcome because they're on our bus bench, versus I have housing concerns. And again, we want to approach that with, you know, dignity and respect, but people don't often come to us and ask those questions. They just want us to leave them alone to sleep.
So I had conversations at work today about this policy. And we don't have any language at Displays about sleeping. And it's very intentional that that language is not in there, because and this is from, you know, administration saying that it's intentional not having that language in there because they want people to feel comfortable coming to the library to use it in whatever way they need. However, you know, we have security, like I said before, and if they see people like laying down and sleeping, that's a no-no. If people come with like, you know, tons of stuff that they can't fit under their chair, and then they're falling asleep because that's the only place they have to put all their stuff, then they will be approached. I think you mentioned, because we talked about this earlier today, like if somebody comes in, another thing in here is like you can't bring a shopping cart in here. So if someone has, you know, you can't be spending your whole day here with a shopping cart. You can't be spending the whole day here sleeping with a ton of stuff. But, you know, having a place for people to come, and, you know, maybe they're sleeping for an hour or two, but then maybe they're reading the newspaper too. Who knows? I mean, there's different, it's a tough one.
It is, it's a really
But I feel
difficult
like
But
thing.
it is
the
really,
habitual, to me, kind of, you know, if somebody dozes off because, you know, they, for a little bit, that's one thing. But habitually, meaning they're there day after day after day, then I can see them approaching them and asking them if they need help and referring them to the organizations.
well, that doesn't mean that they're gonna go there, right?
Yeah, we can't
I think
enforce
didn't
that, yeah.
one of the staff members gave other citations of other libraries that don't have, like the neighboring libraries. Did they research the neighboring libraries
Yes,
and say that
there
they
are,
don't?
there is a split in the
Yeah.
library world about
Does
how to
Skokie
address
have
this.
something to address that, and Park Ridge, and
I have
you
not
said you
looked
don't
at,
have anything, right, Becky?
They intentionally do not have that language in our areas.
there, I mean, I've sent resources that were shared by the staff to the board as I was requested to do, because again, there are very big and compassionate concerns for people experiencing homelessness specifically, but also there are elderly patrons who may fall asleep, or studying patrons, or children. And the intent behind this, again, is not to say absolutely no sleeping ever. And at the same time, I have worked at a library where if you don't have a policy, someone will return day after day after day to sleep in the library. And whether or not that is a concern for the community and the board is up to you ultimately.
Okay, my next question to you is this: with the severe weather that's coming, or that has come, what do we do in a situation as that would occur? I mean, would we push that person aside and just tell them to leave, or?
I would never encourage putting someone in an unsafe situation. And so again, if we remove this from the policy, our approach can solely be offering resources, but as Becky said, sometimes people don't take the resources and they will continue to use potentially the library facility as temporary housing. That is
Meaning
the
that they're here
ultimate,
all during the open hours.
all during the open hours,
Which people might be doing anyways.
which
whether they're
people might be
sleeping or
doing
not.
anyways, whether they're sleeping or not,
And
yes.
that's kind of why we're here, right?
So it is a very important consideration. I have seen it again, where it has gone to turn into a potential encampment at the library, where someone has used the library as a temporary residence, which is why I suggest this language. It is not, again, intended in a discriminatory manner, but this gives us the ability and the understanding of what the community wants and the board wants for us to enforce, saying you really have to use these resources because we are not a shelter in that manner.
May I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. So let's just go with that. Let's say we do have an individual that is using the library as a residence now.
Yeah.
So without the language,
Mhm.
do we have now, because we cannot, like as a board, I guess what I'm saying is that only law enforcement can trespass someone, right?
Yes. Yep.
But that could be made with or without the policy,
Well,
because
so
it's a
they
policy.
trespass based on recommendation from the staff and the director, and that would only be made based on policy. Basically, if we don't have something in here for the most extreme circumstances, we don't really have a leg to stand on to ask someone to no longer do habitual behaviors that are undesirable by the board.
But and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I thought that a policy is not law. So we
It
can,
is technically the law of the library because you are elected officials.
right, but in terms of trespassing someone,
That would
so
be.
is that something completely?
That is something completely different. That
Yeah.
would be done by the police, but it would have to be recommended for a reason by the library, by
Right.
the institution.
And that's what I'm getting at, so that if you do have this, in a situation where it's a habitual situation, whether we have this or not, we can trespass someone.
But what grounds would I
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
trespass?
What are they violating? if
What
they're
are
They
Well-
wouldn't be
policy?
violating.
Okay, but, and that's coming to my point, like, with a law
Mhm.
perspective, in a policy, what I'm getting at is, often I've seen on YouTube videos, I'm referring this because A1 auditors come by and do audits,
Mhm.
and they challenge institution like us
They do.
into situations just like this.
Mhm.
So that's what I want to get clarity on, is if we were to have an audit here by
Yeah.
an A1 auditor,
Well, this-
what's the best protection for us?
This doesn't fall under the First Amendment, which is typically what the audits are coming from. And per Illinois law, as long as the policies that the board creates are not in conflict with any existing laws, they are considered at the level of a law for this library.
Okay, and remind me, and Jason, maybe you can, but wasn't there recently a change in terms of like sleeping outdoors, camping, and sleeping in public facilities?
There may have been. I'm
Because
not.
I know, like, there's been,
Yeah.
without house situations,
In the
I'm looking
city of
at Chicago,
In the
where
city.
people are sleeping at the parks.
Yep.
I think that was only in the city of Chicago.
I think it was.
Yeah.
I don't think
So
that was
that's
the
where I'm
state of
going.
Illinois,
Can I
but
just
that's the city of
another
Chicago,
question?
so it's a
In
different.
terms of the union that we're in,
Mhm.
will it violate anything
This
in
is
terms
not a
of that?
policy related to the union. The union policies are related to the governance of staff.
Okay.
Now, again, there are several staff members who are against having this in the policy, and that would not prohibit them from bringing their concerns to the board, or even if they wanted the support of the union to come forward. But it is not a labor-related issue. This is a policy for
Policy
patrons.
So I would, at this
So that would only be
point,
their feelings towards it. It
Well,
wouldn't be
because you don't know.
Yeah, something could violate these.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
so at this point, I'm comfortable delaying a decision on this
That's fine.
until we get some advice from law
Legal.
enforcement and legal in terms of trespassing in it.
Sure.
Trespassing
let's-
is completely different, and I think it's a strong escalation of what I'm talking about. So having no prolonged or habitual sleeping would address someone, would give us the empowerment to go to someone in the building who we recognize as either sleeping several hours in a day or several times in a month or several times in a week, to talk to them and say, hey, we're talking to you because this is a concern based on our policies of the community. The first thing we do is offer you resources. We say, you know, do you have housing concerns? Do you want to talk to someone? Or we'll bring somebody over, the social worker from across this street. This would only be in here and only be enforced if, again, after offering all of those resources, the person continues to essentially camp in the library.
So here's what I look at, right?
Mhm.
Do we have the resources necessary at our fingertips, besides going outside of the building,
Mhm.
to handle any of those things for somebody?
We do not,
Okay,
and
so-
the staff, as part of strategic planning, is interested in proposing that we get a social worker.
Which I think is a phenomenal idea for to be here.
Yeah.
However, we don't have the capabilities in this building as of 9:35 this evening
Mhm.
to do that.
Yeah.
The place that does have that is across the street.
Mhm.
I'm not saying we have to kick anybody out to put them across the street,
Yep.
but we have the ability to get them in the right hands and get them to the right places. I also look at somebody habitually sleeping in here, and I worry, one of the things that comes to mind is worrying about safety.
Mhm.
You know, it's a safety issue for them to be outside in the cold, it's a safety issue for other patrons in this building.
Potentially, it depends on the issue.
It depends on
Well,
There are different issues.
everything's potentially, right? But I look at things from a safety aspect, and I don't ever want to kick anybody out, but I also want to make sure that our library is not a house for somebody for open to close every day also. So it's a tough situation.
It is a really tough
It is.
situation.
So I don't know if we're ready for a vote at this point, or.
Well,
I would
Rich
table
has
this
something.
part.
I was gonna say, if we
It's
table
also
it, like
on
Roberto said.
Yeah, it's, the policy also speaks to the premises.
So outside,
Right.
well, because we become liable for
And we
that.
could change this language
So
if
if
the
somebody
board
slips and
felt
falls.
comfortable by saying prolonged or habitual sleeping outside of business hours or outside of the building, if we wanted to soften the language. We just need to know how the board feels and what the community standards that we're establishing are.
Well, what kind of control do we have for them outside, on the outside property?
So
If
typically,
if it were closed.
but it's just a guideline for the
Yeah.
community, right? And so, again, sometimes maintenance staff will come into work before the building is open to the public, and there will be people sleeping on property.
Well, that's a safety issue as well, because when you're opening the building,
It could be a safety issue. We're not saying any of the people experiencing homelessness have exhibited safety issues. It's more of a safety issue for them, because if we're allowing this on our property and they happen to get injured or exposure
Yeah,
or things,
are we liable?
that it's a liability issue and a safety issue for them. Because I don't want us to be discriminatory against anyone experiencing homelessness as far as assuming that they are dangerous.
Correct.
It is, because people not experiencing homelessness could be on our premises at any time that we're closed as well. The idea of this is really safety focused for these individuals and the intended use of the library. That's where this is coming from.
So like Roberto said,
Mhm.
is having it checked by legal and law enforcement to
Mhm.
see how they feel about this word.
Mhm.
I'd be satisfied with that.
Can we go through the rest of this policy to see if there's anything else we would like to go through those measures as well?
Yeah, so for the rest of this particular section, above unattended minors and vulnerable patrons, are there other points that we would like to discuss?
I'm sorry, just to ask one more question. By not
Sure.
approving anything tonight for you on this,
Uh-huh.
what sort of position does that put you and the staff in though, going forward?
We use the existing library rules policy and unattended minor policy until this is approved.
Okay.
Until and unless this is approved.
Okay.
Well, we don't necessarily have to okay everything at this point, but if like we agree on the unattended minors, that could be put up there, or is it better to wait till
I think
it's all
doing it
approved?
comprehensively makes the
Okay,
most sense.
That's what I'm asking. Fine.
So no one has anything else for that?
For that section.
How about for unattended minors and vulnerable patrons? Bueller?
I think everyone's reading.
I'm okay with that.
I'm keeping my mouth shut because
Well, we want to figure out if there's anything else we want to run past.
I'm not saying that, but I
Okay.
went through these all already when I was on the policy committee.
Do we think that a caregiver being 12 years old of a younger minor is old enough?
We asked Ariane and her staff that question. Currently, it matches the policy we have in place. They have grade levels. They have 8th grade as opposed to 12. And the staff does feel that that has been manageable and they have not had concerns with this, with the policy as it has been.
I was thinking about that too when I was reading through it, you know?
I mean,
But then I thought about my own kids. And I'm like,
and I think
totally left
about
off.
mine,
Yeah,
right? But it's like, would you,
Yeah, but don't
If-
forget though, too though, at a lot of parks today, the parents drop their kids off, and you're liable for those kids.
that's, what I'm thinking is like, if a 12-year-old is in charge of a 3-year-old here for hours, like, is that really, I don't, you know what I mean? I don't like that. A 3 or a 4-year-old being dropped off with a 12-year-old and saying, okay, you're gonna go watch your brother and you're gonna take care of your brother.
Would
and
you
sister
But a
all the
lot of
time.
parks do that though.
Oh, I understand. That doesn't make it right.
No, but
So, again, and I talked about this with Ariane too, because I do hear the concerns. We don't go around and ask the kids, how old are you? If they're with their younger siblings or whomever that they're caretakers of, it's based on behavior. They're only addressed based on behavior. And so the policy gives us something to stand on if and when we have to call a parent and say, hey, we've determined this, also there's a behavior issue, or the 12-year-old is not really watching the 3-year-old, that type of thing. The policy is a guideline to help support the staff in the challenges that they might face with addressing a patron.
Yeah, I mean, just 12-year-old could be the end of 6th grade or the beginning of, like, in 7th grade. We're not even talking 8th grade at that point. I would be more comfortable.
15, I would think, right?
I would be more comfortable at
13
least being in
is
high
8th
school,
grade.
which would be 14. I would be more
I don't
comfortable with a
15,
high
but
school, like, somebody who's a little bit more mature than.
But now, do you feel like a lot of students come with their older brother or sister? A
Oh,
lot of
for
them-
sure.
Well,
Oh, for sure.
But you're
Yeah.
talking 3-year-olds, so they're not really students.
students,
They're,
yeah.
they're mo-
Or even
yeah.
5 or 6-year-olds. If you have a
5 or
12-year-old at
6.
5 and 6, I mean, that's a kindergartner.
Yeah,
You know, it's, do you want a 7th grader in charge of a kindergartner here for 3 or 4 hours by themselves?
We typically leave those decisions to the parents, again, unless there is a concern that we have to contact the parents.
Yeah, I'd like to see that bumped up to 14 and make it, a high school student at least.
Well, we're trying to stay away from the terminology of high school versus middle school, but we're trying to stick to ages because it's easier to talk about.
Then I'd like to see that bumped up to 14. I really would.
Does the board agree?
I feel comfortable, if the staff is saying 12, they're comfortable with 12. I mean, I did think twice about it. And then I also think about my own experience at work and how, like, sometimes we'll have kids whose parents are in ESL classes, which do last for a couple hours. And I've had it go both ways where.
But the parents are in the building. This
Yes.
This would be their supervision at 12, not that there's a parent in the building.
But are there a lot of, in the surrounding areas, there's really not that much liability where the kids could hurt themselves. There's books and things. So I think a 12-year-old should be suffice in terms of that.
I'm okay with the majority of
So-
board's okay with that, then
I'm comfortable with 12 as well.
If the staff is comfortable, I'm comfortable.
I'll step down from my stance on it.
You
I'm good
are?
at 12.
Okay.
I didn't say I agree, I just said I'll step down.
All right.
So what I'll do is I will edit the draft to include all of the things we've discussed tonight, and I will submit this to the attorney and ask for his advisement on the language related to prolonged and habitual sleeping.
Okay, then were we going on to anything else, or is this it?
Executive. I'd like to make a motion to move to executive session to discuss the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employee or employees of the Niles Main District Library, 5 ILCS 120/2C1.
Second.
Okay, I know. Oh, I have it. Ready?
Suzanne did.
Yes. Okay. I was just gonna say, I know I had something in it.
Hello, trustee
Yeah, I do.
Schoenfeld. How do you vote?
To move into executive
Oh,
session.
yes.
What am I doing?
Treasurer Petzler?
Yes.
Secretary Rosinski?
Yes.
Vice President Shelko?
Yes.
And President Key.
Yes, 9:43.
Home Alone, run for the
And we
airport.
are live, mics are up.
All right, we are back in open session at 12:22 a.m. I put everything away, so what's next?
Other.
Is there any other?
No.
No.
Nothing.
Is
I'd
there
like
mo-
to, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn our 2-day meeting.
Second.
Okay,
all opposed? No. All in favor?
Aye.
12:23.